What is everybody? Welcome back. Idaho4 live EWU versus the City of Moscow hearing. Want to welcome everybody in. At some point, you're going to have a say in this video. Thumbs it up, thumbs it down. We'll never tell you how to think here. Think for yourself. Also, if you are watching live, you have the option to use the live chat feature. Go ahead, talk to others in chat. You also have an opportunity to tip your bartender here. Tip drill. If you feel it's necessary, you can use a super chat. You could use a super sticker. Yeah. Or right at the bottom there, if you just want to donate right to my Cash App. And I call it a tip, like a bartender, baby. We talk about true crime, and we specifically talk about Idaho4 case. We've been on this case for almost 4 years now. And today's a very, very important hearing for us. We are all about the documents here, all about the documents. So I'm going to kick us off with a video that I made. It's part of my Red Flag series. It was episode 3, and this is how I want to kick us off today. So check it out.
Investigators confirm Ethan and Xana were seen at the Sigma Chi fraternity house on the University of Idaho campus. Here's where things get a little shaky. Law enforcement confirms with News Nation Ethan and Xana were seen at the fraternity house around 9 p.m. They reportedly made it back home around 1:45 a.m. Investigators are still trying to piece together what happened between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m.
Figure out who they were with, what was going on, maybe any routes or paths that they took to end up going home, those types of things. Potentially, that is critical to the investigation.
As for the 2 surviving roommates, they were also out on the night of November 12th in the Moscow community. They returned home by 1 a.m. The 2 surviving roommates did not wake up until later in the morning on November 13th. That is when they called other friends to the house because they believed one of the second-floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58 a.m. on November 13th, a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at the home. Officers discovered Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan dead inside the residence on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home, suffering from stab wounds.
It was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings. And I mean, it has to be somebody that's pretty angry in order to stab 4 people to death.
Initially, there were multiple people in the house. They were sleeping. They were not witnesses, and they were located on the 1st floor. To then DM being frozen as the perpetrator walked past her as she stood by her door on the 2nd floor. To then both roommates were awake texting during the attack. That one, the latest, coming from grand jurors leaking information to the family.
Shocking new revelations in the brutal murders of 4 Idaho college students last fall. A new report claims the 2 roommates who survived the massacre were awake and texting each other while their 4 friends were stabbed to death one by one. This new revelation reportedly coming from grand jurors on the case and leaked to family members. Now, the only suspect, Brian Koberger, is still awaiting trial. According to the probable cause filing, one surviving roommate says she witnessed the killer, described as having, quote, bushy eyebrows, walking past her and then out of the home. Prosecutors say they do have Koberger's DNA found on a knife sheath left under one of the victims, and the judge has entered a not guilty plea on Koberger's behalf. Let's bring in Misty Maris, legal analyst and trial attorney. Misty, thank you so much for your time. So this is a new twist. It allegedly comes from grand jurors in the case, but no one is going on record. What was your initial reaction to this potential bombshell?
As far as this is concerned, it's really difficult to verify whether this information is actually true. So let's go through a little bit of the history of the case. When the news first broke about this terrible, tragic killing, we learned that there were 2 roommates who survived the attacks who were in the house at the time. Now, at first we heard that they were both asleep. They didn't wake up till the following day. Then hits the probable cause affidavit. Well, the story begins to change. One of the roommates now had this encounter where she sees the assailant in the house that evening. So this is a dramatic change from the information that was set forth in that probable cause affidavit, if it were in fact the case that the 2 roommates were awake and texting during that time. So what does it mean for the case? Well, that would certainly be contemporaneous evidence relayed in those text messages as to what the 2 roommates heard and saw that night. Now, again, we haven't verified whether or not this is true, and we likely won't know until the trial actually unfolds. But it would certainly be a game changer for the prosecution.
But how do we know that the roommates were actually texting during the time of the attack? Because didn't the roommates say that they didn't hear anything? Oh, that's right. We are being told this based on when investigators have labeled the time of the attack based on the movements of a car coming and going from the area immediately around the King Road house.
Question many of our viewers have asked. What's the story with the other 2 roommates who were home early Sunday morning?
Brad, what do you make of this revelation that about the 2 other roommates?
I think it's interesting and it's also odd. I mean, if this murder occurred at 4 in the morning, they don't report it, or someone doesn't report it till noon. What's that all about? They are the key, George, to this case. They were in the house. This type of killing, it's going to be loud, both by the suspect and the victims. It's going to take a period of time. It's obviously going to be very bloody. And I just don't really understand that, but they are really the key.
Are they suspects?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, they're not talking about them being suspects at all. All I'm suggesting, it is an odd thing, right? If you're in a house, 4 people are brutally killed, and nobody contacts the police for another 8 hours, there's a big issue with that.
Not ruled out the 2 surviving female roommates.
Correct.
You have not ruled them out as suspects?
Correct. So let me clarify that. No one has been ruled included or excluded as a person of interest and or a suspect. Everyone is still being investigated.
Are they witnesses?
They are working and talking with detectives, and they have been cooperative, very cooperative with detectives.
ISP won't say who called 911 and would not confirm who found the bodies. ISP says protecting what the young women are telling police could be the key to the entire investigation, and they're hoping the roommates can fill in the timeline between when the murders happened and when someone called 911.
What do you think happened here when that roommate came out and she said she saw him, she locked herself in the bedroom after that, but she didn't call police?
You know, it's difficult for me to process that, and I think it's difficult for a lot of people to process that, hearing that information. We don't know what kind of state of mind she was in, and as you mentioned, she's living in this house. It's as quoted, a party house. You know, a lot of things going on late at night in that house. Did she think this was a prank? Did she think this was just somebody who was unruly and getting kicked out of the house? Was this a fight between friends? Who knows what she thought in that moment? I can only imagine how terrified she might have been. It's unfortunate she didn't call until noon the next day, but we'll learn more.
Let's start with the basics. Why would the murderer spare the lives of 2 roommates in the off-campus home? According to Kohberger's probable cause affidavit, a roommate referred to as DM says she saw a figure, quote, clad in black clothing and mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking toward her. She told authorities she was in the, quote, frozen in shock phase as the killer walked past. After that, DM locked herself in her bedroom.
lead investigators to believe the deaths happened between 4 and 4:25 a.m. Here's what happened starting at 4 a.m. according to the affidavit. Police say Xana Kernodle received a DoorDash order at the house at about 4 a.m. Cell phone data also shows that she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at 4:12 a.m. A surviving roommate who lived at the house, referred to as DM in the court documents, told police something woke her up at about 4 a.m., but thought it sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms.
And told police that earlier she heard a female voice say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." And later, a male voice saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
At 4:17 a.m., a security camera in the area picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. At 4:20 a.m., a vehicle matching the description of the white Hyundai Elantra was spotted speeding away.
It was later in the morning when that call was made to 911 from one of the surviving roommates' phones to report an unconscious person. It is unclear what occurred in the hours before police were called.
911, what's your emergency?
Detectives believe that on November 12th, the two surviving roommates had also been out in the Moscow community separately, but returned home by 1 a.m. on November 13th. The two did not wake up until later that morning. On November 13th, the surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second-floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58 a.m., a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived to the location. Officers entered the residence and found two victims on the second floor and two victims on the third floor. Now, I, like most people, have problems here. 8 hours is a very long time to be in an active crime scene with victims who have sustained injuries of this magnitude.
All murdered through stabbing with some kind of probably a larger knife.
She told police some of the four victims had defensive wounds, but none had signs of sexual assault.
What is it that you saw?
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was a very sad scene with four murdered college students.
One of the responding officers described the overwhelming smell of blood upon entering the residence, and I just can't understand how it wasn't obvious that carnage happened in that house the night before. I just cannot get past the smell, the blood, the quietness, you're in a house with four corpses that are entering the initial stages of decomposition. I just cannot get past that.
The Red Flag Project, Episode 3, the cherry-picked and law enforcement hearsay narrative of the surviving roommates. And a special shout-out thanks to True Crime Design in contributing to Episode 3, the Red Flag Project, the Idaho4 murders. All right, guys. Again, I wanted to start us off with a little pregame episode. That was my episode 3 of my Red Flag Project. You can check those episodes 1 through 6 if you go to my video section. Don't go to the lives and hit that button down. Go to videos, and you can scroll down. It's not that far down, and you can start seeing those episodes. So that's how I wanted to kick it off here. We are about 19 minutes away from the hearing. 19 minutes and the place goes crazy. Again, the Idaho4, the Red Flag Project. That is episode 3. You can check that out. We have Honorable Megan Marshall, Idaho 2nd Judicial District Court live stream. Let's see what's going on here. Here we go. So this is where we believe that we're going to be able to check this out today. So we are here. We are tailgating for the truth, motherfuckers. If you guys are listening with kids, we apologize. Okay. So I want to give a shout out to thank you, Heather. Heather tipped her bartender. Thanks, Heather. Love it. Love the emojis, girl. All right, again, guys, this hearing, we're going to be talking about our public records. Basically everything that EWU is going for, we're going for as well. I think this is going to be an absolute brutal fest for the city to get through. We did get 2 more requests back over the past 24 hours. One of those requests is the Moscow Police Department fleet undercover Excel spreadsheet of every vehicle that they owned in 2022 that was an unmarked patrol car. So I'll be going through that, as well as the 24-hour CAD radio call-ins for each incident that happened between 11/12 and 11/13. So those are our 2 requests that we wanted to get back. They got it back to us literally the day before the hearing if I was to be intervened in this. And it's pretty interesting. Again, this is one of the things that Ann Taylor was after. She was also after not only the fleet of the unmarked vehicles, she was also after a list of every person that worked at Moscow Police Department. She wanted their personal use vehicles. Yeah, she wanted that list. So, well, don't get too sad on this. I have to admit, I'm sad Atlanta isn't on this hearing. We made a smart decision here. Again, I consulted with an attorney on it as well. And I'm not going to reveal what they told me due to, that's client-attorney priv, man. So I'm not going to break that. But what I can tell you is that strategically, doing it this way, for strategic reasons, it was a better play for the TNT community. So I look at it like everything that we're doing with the public records, this is a community thing. Because the community, all of you guys have helped go after these records. We may have been compiling them over here, but we're going to try to get every single penny back, and then some. So, thank you, Susie. Appreciate that. Susie's been a member for 18 months too. We have 2 babies I've never tracked. Yeah, our kids just run wild, girl. Just let them free. Again, thank you so much, Susie Q, for the $10 super sticker and the $5 super sticker, tipping your bartender all the way to happy hour. Truth and transparency, what's the story behind the cowbell? Great question. Great question. The cowbell, for me, I'm a sports person. I grew up playing sports, played in college. And the cowbell was the added touch here, just as like a, people play little, like, if somebody was to like super chat or whatever, you hear people like go like to like a button on their computer and then they'll get like some like, I don't know, sound going out. Well, we got the cowbell. And so at different times we ring that baby. Yes. And I'm going to tell you guys, I've been trying not to cuss that much because I get it that people like to listen to me when they're driving in their car or they're at work. And there's some days I'm just like, wow, Lana, you didn't try that hard that day, did you? So I don't know if you guys have been able to tell it all, but I have been trying to restrain myself so that those of you guys that are listening with, friends in the car while you're driving. I don't know if you travel for work or you're at work or you're at home and your kids are running around. So yeah. Last night, you guys know I've been following the Scott Peterson case before I ever had a YouTube channel. And if you have not seen the Scott Peterson new documentary that Chris put out, A&E picked it up, and it should be getting way more than it is. But last night, I was just so fed up with the crap that I've seen from people that want to talk about it and skate around all of the specific evidential questions that are there, and why we're going against experts and what they're saying to us in that case. So much so that I cannot stand this John B. Police officer who is a lying piece of you know what. And last night I made myself known on on Nate Eaton's channel. And I was like, there's no way that they're going to let this stand. So I had to take like screenshots or it didn't happen. You know what I mean? So I want to share with you guys the level of frustration. Okay. And I made myself known over there. So here it is, truth and transparency. I said, now remember, this is Nate Eaton had on John B., who's a detective when the Scott Peterson case was going on, with this woman who's blonde and an attorney. And Chris, who did the documentary, he did a phenomenal job with it. He's an attorney too. He also covered the case as an analyst. He was like, I'm gonna do a nice little 4 or 5 parter. I'm trying to get him on the channel. I want this dude on the channel. I've been covering that case, and it's like, listen. People can say, oh my God, he's so guilty. I don't want to talk to you about innocence or guilt. Okay, I want to show you guys something. I want to talk about the evidence. There is no physical evidence against this man. And to do what they said he did, there would be a lot of physical evidence, especially in that boat, especially in the back of his truck. Okay? We're talking about a pregnant woman. Talk about lots of fluids. Now, this is what I wrote over there. Because John B. ran from it to have this interview in the documentary, where all he does is pop up everywhere and want to talk about this case. But when he wanted to get some actual questions thrown his way, he didn't show up. Okay? So I say, why are there no questions or answers to any of the very specific topics that Chris wanted to ask this cuck, John? But he ran from the documentary, only to come in here and take softballs from Nate. And Beth, Jesus, what a great asset on this interview. Let me get your best quote. In quotes, we just need to accept that he killed his wife and put her in the bay, end quote. Quote, we have been talking about this case for 25 years. It just needs to go away, end quote. Wow, Beth, really amazing insight. Beautiful. You are just a real gem. Wealth of knowledge, Beth. Hey, Beth, I have some advice for you. How about you explain to the crowd about the fact that your buddy John helped get evidence destroyed from the Medina burglary? How about you talk about due process and exculpatory evidence? And that our criminal justice system will always fail when you have corrupt and unethical slop tarts like the one you're coattailing for in this interview. I mean, by God, how sick are you people? I said, getting high off your own farts in this interview. In quotes, all this circumstantial evidence, says John B., yet gives no specific circumstances. I mean, John B. says we have to ignore this mountain of evidence against Scott. Really? What evidence? Amber, the chick who after 3 weeks put her and Scott on the front of her Christmas cards and mailed them out to her family? Yeah, murder alert, John. Chris brought up all the specifics, so why not address each specific circumstance like Chris did in the documentary that you ran from, John? John, your go-to is because Scott was sleeping around, he must be a killer. Because Scott didn't show the right emotions, he must be a killer. Or better yet, Beth says he bought a boat that no one knew about. laughing my fucking ass off. Sorry, Beth, but Lacey knew all about that boat. Just ask John about those post-it notes in Lacey's handwriting that he and the other slop-tart broccoli head over there hid from the defense. This interview has inspired me to do a 3-part reactionary mini doc. Fair use, baby. John B. just got exposed again by Chris and his amazing documentary. Yet here he is being platformed on Softball World of Idaho so he can throw shade at Chris and his amazing work and his presentation at CrimeCon. Claps for John B. God knows, buddy. Just trust me. God knows. Needless to say, that got taken down within 2 minutes. But I was like, I didn't even cuss. So, again, I don't care about what anybody wants to say about anybody's guilt or innocence. I want the debate. I want the conversation about the evidence. You know what else I want people to understand? Is that anybody that gives you an opinion on the Scott Peterson trial is an absolute liar. You know why? Because that trial was never aired. It never got to see the light of day. Because the California folks over there were like, we're not going to show the world the one of the crimes of the century. We're not going to broadcast it. No cameras in the courtroom. So when you hear anybody talk to you about the Scott Peterson case and that they watch this and watch that, you just need to write one word. How were you able to watch that trial that was not aired to the world? So, you guys, there is no physical evidence against Scott Peterson. None. And when you find out what the cops did in that case to change the date of the burglary so that it wasn't on December 24th and instead on December 26th, and then destroy the evidence of everything that had to do with that burglary, you guys, I did the craziest deep dive. Do you know who worked with the Hells Angels back then that was really big in Modesto? The fucking cops. So when anybody wants to say, like, well, what do you mean? Lacey was known, a judge testified who was their neighbor. She was known to go up to people that weren't supposed to be in that area. She was trying to clean up her little neighborhood. And she would go up to them and would be like, lippy and say, get the hell out of here. Get your little homeless ass out of here. Or your little meth ass out of here. So, it shouldn't be off. My audio should not be off. So anyways, the other thing is that they want to say this burglary happened on the 26th. Okay. The 26th of December. Do you guys understand that there was, I don't know, tons of cops there on the 26th just parked all around that house? Do you understand that on the 26th there was a bunch of, I don't know, camera vans all over the place? And do you understand that they needed to drag this safe? And the way that they did it, the Medina house was right across the street. None of these people saw that a safe was being, I don't know, dollied down the street, dollied down the driveway. I mean, I did a deep dive, and the Medinas collected $50,000 in not life insurance, in the insurance that they had through their homeowners. I did tons of deep dives on that because that, in my opinion, was a absolute 1,000%. You could either say it was an inside job, but the night before they were casing that street, and they literally watched the Medinas leave for the holidays and then went in that bee. So. But at the end of the day, to sit here and say that it's evidence how somebody reacts to something, well, then let's talk about the Idaho4 case. How did these roommates react to something? Because if we're going to use the same logic that John B. uses, then Bethany and Dylan should be in cuffs. How about that? How about that? When you want to talk about how somebody's behaving or acting, or because the interview that they want to show the world, that was Scott's 5th interview that day at 11:30 at night. Yeah. Conspiraling, truth and transparency. Stay cussy girl. Stay cuss girl. You know, and then let's not talk about the 15 witnesses that saw Lacey after Scott. Let's not talk about the guy that was, I don't know, the mailman who said that dog Mackenzie barked every time that he went and dropped mail off. And that day he didn't bark at all, meaning that he wasn't there. Okay? You guys, people out there need to wake up. All right? Due process is a real thing. Anybody can be guilty when you only show a part of the evidence. Okay? And Mark Garagos did an absolute horrible job for Scott Peterson. But for them to say they're not going to test DNA and the state's trying to prevent that is laughable. We're talking about fudging reports. Like, that's what I want you to answer, John. And all he's going to sit there and say is, we didn't do that. Well, when I ask specific questions, we're going to get down to your stupid little timeline. But John B. ran from it. And then Nate Eaton platforms him. Softball world over there. So, again, guys, we are 2 minutes out from this hearing. I'm over here just waiting for her to get going. I think a lot of people are going to be in there via Zoom. We'll see. Maybe not, actually. Actually, I have to ask, have you ever been thrown off a golf course for cursing? Never. No. Lana can wear a lot of hats. I'm very serious about when I was at competition. No, you have to have the right mindset to play golf. You got to be able to move on. If you can't move on in golf, you can't win. Golf is a very mental game. It's like 90% mental. Talk about a sport where you have to stay focused for over 4 hours. Like, competitive golf is like 5 easy. So name me a sport out there where you have to stay mentally engaged for 5 hours. Then in college, we had to play, the first day would be 36 holes, and then the second day was 18. Some of the tournaments we went to, what the Big Ten would host, would be 27 and 27, which obviously, that was a way better format. I mean, the best format out there is 18, 18, 18. But you're missing a lot of school when you do that. But yeah, try to stay focused for 36 holes. The first day, which is then a 10-hour. You're getting up at 6 a.m. You're getting on the range. You're doing, you're teeing off at 8 in the morning, and you're not getting done until, 6, 7. 6, 7. So you got to be mentally tough. The best way to play, I think, competitive golf like that in college is to play like every 3 holes. Your goal is to be 1 over. That's, 39s that you're throwing up. And if you can go even on every 3 holes, then that's just like a bonus. But our scores were a lot higher too because of that, because we're playing 36 holes in a day, and we had a walk. So, I mean, it was challenging in a good way. Basketball game, you're mentally focused for what, an hour and a half at the most. At the most, I would say 2 because of pregame. So golf totally prepared me for running a true crime podcast, to being mentally zeroed in for 12 hours a day. Megan Marshall slowing us down. Will the families be at this hearing? No. They were testing it this morning at 11:30. I caught them testing it. So again, it's only 12:02. Yuri, where the hell you been, man? Good to see you in here, Yuri. 5 Truth and Transparency memberships if you're turning green. Will Brian be there? Why the fuck will Brian be there? No, Brian will not be there. This is for the public records. That's funny. Brian intervened. What's up, Kim? Brian's over there intervening. Oh, here we go. I think we're live. Okay. You guys look at me and my face is just right there too. All right, we have Megan
All right, we are going on the record then. This is EWU Media LLC versus the City of Moscow, the Moscow Police Department. This is cause number CV 2926162. This morning, I have Ms. Kennedy appearing here on Zoom on behalf of the plaintiff in this matter. Ms. James is also present, appearing as EWU this morning. I have Mr. Jones and Ms. Brereton appearing here on Zoom on behalf of the defendants in this matter. Ms. Batista is also present here for the hearing today as well. In addition to that, I have Mr. James appearing on behalf of the interveners, Karen Laramie and Stacy Chapin in this case. And James Chapin and Maisie Chapin. This is the time set in the matter for the petition. Court has reviewed a number of documents in anticipation of oral argument here today. In anticipation, the court has reviewed the original petition in this matter. Prior to the proceeding here today, the court did enter a decision regarding the city's initial response. In that matter, the court did note that it was denying the city's request to dismiss EWU's petition based upon a failure to register to do business in the state of Idaho. That decision was issued on July 2nd of 2026. Since that time, the city has filed a supplemental responsive brief, 3 different declarations in the matter. Declaration of Anthony Dollinger, declaration of Timothy Smallridge, and declaration of Lori Hopkins. And then EWU has filed a supplemental reply brief, and the court has reviewed that as well. Court also had reviewed initially, of course, the responsive briefing filed by Mr. James back on April 20th at that time. So first, Ms. Kennedy, any preliminary matters to take up before the court hears argument this morning?
I don't think so. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, any preliminary matters to take up?
No, Your Honor, we're prepared for argument.
Right. And Mr. James, any preliminary matters to take up?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I guess initially with that information, my one request or preliminary matter is that the city did file a respondent's request and records log. Subsequent to that, Ms. Kennedy, on behalf of EWU, filed in her reply a table of records at issue. The records at issue that were filed by Ms. Kennedy appears to be, I guess, less than what was included in the respondents' request and records log, and I'm specifically looking at the last EWU request, which was August 28th of 2025, and which was denied or responded to, excuse me, by the city on September 15th of 2025. So, Ms. Kennedy, I guess on behalf of the plaintiffs, are you essentially conceding or saying that the only records at issue are those that are listed in your reply, or are there still some records that EWU had initially indicated in its August 28, 2025 request that have not been received that you still wish the court to address in its overall decision?
Your Honor, I think we can safely say that what's in Appendix A and B is what we're requesting the court to rule on. There are some documents that the city put in their log and that were in the August 28th, 2025 request that may or may not have payment issues related to them. And so I think those are things that if it's just a matter of EWU making payment for those items, I think that Zach and I can work that out. And we can work that out with the city, but we just want to make it simple for the court. And so yes, you can look at the Appendix A and Appendix B, and those are the records that we would like the court to rule on.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jones, are you in agreement with that at this point?
Your Honor, I'm fine with that. It does kind of, I guess I was going to, and I will include in my oral argument that up until this point, we really didn't really know what was being requested, and it hasn't been narrowed down to this small amount until the eve of the hearing. And so part of our argument is going to be that we weren't sure what exactly was being requested, and that is a significant part of why we kind of got to where we are. And so I'll incorporate that into my argument. But with respect to the fact that this is all they're requesting, I mean, I guess I'm fine with the court narrowing it to just that, as long as we can incorporate that other aspect of our argument.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. James, anything to add on that?
All I would add, Your Honor, is I am pleased that petitioner did narrow it down. This is very helpful, and I think it helped to move the process forward.
All right, thank you. All right, with that then, Ms. Kennedy, I will start with you and you can present argument at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. This case is one of the most significant criminal investigations in Idaho history, and Moscow led the investigation with assistance from other agencies. Now, these other agencies may have produced certain investigatory records, but these records were undisputably used, retained, and compiled by Moscow, and they became Idaho public records. So they must be disclosed unless an exemption applies, and Moscow simply hasn't proven an exemption. They have raised essentially 3 exemptions, which is custodianship, foreign law, and privacy, and I would like to go through each of those exemptions in turn. The first exemption that they've raised is custodianship, but the word custodian in the statute is not an exemption unto itself, and the Idaho Conservation League case, which we cited in our briefing, explains that the identification of the proper custodian has no bearing on whether the public records are exempt from disclosure. The legislature didn't intend custodian to be its own exemption. Custodian is simply the person within the agency who has certain administrative responsibilities for the records. But even if we interpret custodian as its own exemption, the city certainly had custody and control over these documents and is their custodian. They don't dispute that they have custody of the documents, which I think we can agree upon is some kind of physical possession. But they dispute that they have control. And the dictionary defines control as to exercise restraining or directing influence over or to have power over. And they certainly had control over these records. They requested assistance from other agencies, so they essentially requested that these records be created to begin with. These records were then provided by these assisting agencies, the FBI, Pennsylvania State Police, etc. And those were provided to Moscow to assist it in its investigation. Moscow has stated in its declarations that it was the lead agency for handling physical evidence, and that evidence went into their files, into their evidence log. This information was compiled into their files, and our statute related to investigatory records is quite broad, and it defines those records as anything compiled into the agency's files for law enforcement purposes. And these records were used and retained by Moscow, which makes them public records. And presumably these records were given to the prosecution to prosecute this case, which presumably would give them to the defense. And we can assume that some of these records, or maybe all of them, were part of the probable cause to arrest and prosecute Kohberger. So they underlie Moscow's activities as a law enforcement agency and as a governmental agency of Idaho. So they controlled these records, and every record, or I think most records mentioned in Appendix A, are referenced in a publicly available police report, and that's what that SUP number means, is that refers to the police report in which the document appears. And so all these documents were used in some way by Moscow Police Department. And so because of that, we believe that they were therefore controlled by Moscow. And these documents are a major part of the Idaho criminal investigation. If, for example, you take the Kohberger interrogation video, that is a clear Idaho record. Brett Payne from Moscow PD flew to Pennsylvania along with a member of the FBI to interrogate Kohberger in Pennsylvania. My understanding is that that was recorded by Pennsylvania law enforcement at their facility, but merely because it was recorded in Pennsylvania, in a Pennsylvania facility, doesn't somehow transform that into a Pennsylvania and not an Idaho investigatory record, particularly when Idaho law enforcement is there taking part in the interrogation. And so these records, this is a key Idaho record, and many of these other records that we are seeking are key parts of the Idaho investigation. And it would be poor public policy to say that these key criminal investigatory records that were requested to be created by Moscow, used by Moscow in their investigation and prosecution, were then exempt from disclosure to the public merely because they originated with one of these assisting agencies. The public has a right to know about how law enforcement conducted this investigation, and failure to disclose this information just invites unfounded speculation into this case. And so we believe that these documents should be disclosed because Moscow is the custodian and it has custody and control of these records. So the next exemption that's been raised.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you there for just a minute, kind of taking the pieces in part here. So in reviewing your briefing, but hearing your argument today, are you saying that taking, for example, the example you provided about the interview. So is it EWU's position that if Moscow or some law enforcement part of Moscow, whether it be the city of Moscow or any agency related to Moscow, if they helped in any way in assisting or took part in creating the record, then those are the ones in which they should be able to disclose? Or are you also extending that to, for example, taking your example of a Kohberger investigation, if that exists, I don't know, but taking your word for that, if it was just Pennsylvania law enforcement and the FBI who interrogated him, Corporal Payne was not there at all, but yet that record is in the possession of Moscow because it was shared with them, is it EWU's position that they still must then disclose that even though it was created and Moscow had no part in creating that.
Yes, and I think that's because the Idaho Public Records Act is very broad. It says that public records are anything used or retained by the city, and the investigatory records exemption is arguably even broader, and it says investigatory records are those compiled in an agency's records, law enforcement records, just to summarize it. And so if it's that broad, that suggests that information compiled by law enforcement, regardless of who created it, becomes an Idaho public record, and it's subject to disclosure unless there's a particular exemption under the statute. So even if it was an FBI video, an FBI interrogation, so long as Moscow is using it, retaining it, compiling it into their records, it is an Idaho public record that's subject to disclosure. My example for the Koberger interrogation video was merely to just show how absurd this seems to me, that this was actually an interrogation that appears to be conducted by Moscow, but because it happened in another state, or it might have been filmed by Pennsylvania, that the public does not get to see it.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And then I'm going to follow up with a question that I think you're probably going to address in this next part, but with regard to the next exemption concerning other law and how it may apply, whether it be federal or other state law. And my question is this, is that if EWU were to go to Pennsylvania to get the Pennsylvania record, and Pennsylvania law is more restrictive than Idaho, but Idaho happens to, an agency here in Idaho happens to have that record through that law enforcement sharing process, then my understanding, it would be EWU's argument that they should be able to come to Idaho, even though they were rejected in Pennsylvania to get that record that was created by Pennsylvania. They should still be able to come to Idaho.
That's exactly right.
And can you talk about, if any, a chilling effect that might have upon law enforcement agencies in being able to share records and investigations like this?
I think that's possible. But we have a policy in the state of Idaho that records are subject to disclosure unless there's a statutory exemption out there that expressly exempts the document from disclosure. Pennsylvania, they have a different public policy, apparently. They keep a lot more things private or confidential. Idaho favors disclosure. Now, Pennsylvania could, I kind of doubt that law enforcement says, well, I wonder if I'm going to not help Idaho or not give Idaho information because the public of Idaho might see this. And that seems to me that would be unlikely, that Pennsylvania law enforcement isn't going to assist because somebody in Idaho might later get the record. I suppose that could happen in certain scenarios, but our legislature has made the decision that we're going to favor disclosure of records. And the legislature, could, maybe the court decides that we get the Pennsylvania records and the FBI records, and later the Idaho legislature could say, well, we need to do something about this and create an exemption for records received from outside agencies. But they haven't done that yet. They've decided the public policy of the state is going to favor disclosure. So I see that as a legislative problem and not a problem for the court. I don't think the court can create an exemption that's not there to serve a public policy. And I think it's a speculative public policy because it doesn't seem to me to be logical that law enforcement from another state wouldn't help, because several years down the road when the case is done, a record might get out. If anything, the law enforcement, I think, that was involved in this case should be proud of their work and should want the public to see what was done here and how the investigation was conducted, because it was, to me, as an outside observer, there was, this was ultimately a successful prosecution. And so the public should be able to see those materials.
I think you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so the next exemption then would be foreign law, and that's state and federal. And state law appears in Idaho Code 74-1041A. And when we look at exemptions under the Idaho Public Records Act, as the court is aware, we narrowly construe any exemptions, and that includes the meaning of the word state. And so as we've argued in our briefing, state law means Idaho. It means things like the attorney-client privilege. There are other areas of state law that exempt certain documents. And so state law doesn't mean the law of any other state. It means the law of Idaho. And really, if we interpret state law to mean any state's laws, that's really an absurd reading of the statute, that somehow Pennsylvania or Washington law would apply to Idaho agencies and Idaho records. But even if we can interpret state to mean any state's records, the Pennsylvania and the Washington laws that have been cited only apply by their terms to their own agencies. They don't apply to Idaho or outside states in making public records determinations. Similarly, with federal law, the city's most recent brief was the first time we actually understood what federal law they were claiming an exemption under, and that turned out to be FOIA. But there's a Idaho case that's directly contrary to that position, and that's Magic Valley, which we cited in our briefing. And that case states that the FOIA only governs the disclosure of public information by authorities of the government of the United States. It doesn't purport to govern disclosure of information by state agencies. And so that's exactly the argument that the city is making here, that FOIA somehow governs Moscow and governs the state agencies. But Magic Valley dispenses with that and says FOIA only applies to certain authorities of the United States. There are federal laws, for example, HIPAA and FERPA, that apply directly to states. So for example, if I went and tried to get information about a patient from a state hospital, or I tried to get educational records from U of I would get an objection under HIPAA or FERPA for sure, because those exemptions actually apply to the state and local agencies. But FOIA is different. FOIA doesn't work that way. It only applies to the government of the United States. And so a federal law, or at least the particular federal law cited here, does not exempt these documents. So moving into the third exemption that they've raised, which is privacy. And we cited the Wade v. Taylor and the Hymas cases. And those cases say that there's no categorical exemption for investigatory records. The city has to show for each record that there's a reasonable probability of harm. So here they would have to show for each record that there's a reasonable probability of an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, and we just haven't seen that here. They need to produce some kind of evidence of that, and they haven't done so. And we provided, as I mentioned earlier, Appendix A, which lists the records that have not been disclosed to EWU. I don't know if the city is claiming a privacy exemption of some sort over those records, but we have not seen that to date. So assuming that they're not claiming a privacy exemption over those records, and we're just really talking about Appendix B, which is the body cam footage, they have asserted a privacy interest over those records, but the scope of that privacy interest has already been decided by the court in the permanent injunction. For example, there are witness interviews that have been blurred, and we understand that the court has already decided that those should not be blurred. The bedrooms are probably overly redacted, and we don't want to tread upon the victims and their families' privacy in that regard, but the court's order was narrowed to the death scene and the surrounding area, is my understanding of the order. And the bedrooms appear to be overly redacted. There are more bedrooms redacted than there are victims, so to me that suggests there's over redactions. there as well. So we've requested for those records that the court conduct an in-camera review and order certain redactions to be removed as necessary. And I would also like to mention that the city's briefing focuses, well, they've focused on EWU's business model at several different times in the course of this litigation. But EWU's business model is really irrelevant. In Wade v. Taylor and in other cases, the court has made clear that the requester's motivation is really irrelevant for requesting the records, and agencies aren't supposed to discriminate based on who the requester is. And so any sort of reference to EWU's business model is just irrelevant to this case. So with that being said, none of the exemptions that they've raised, custodianship, foreign law, or privacy apply. And so these records must be disclosed because no exemption has been proven. And in my briefing, I also did mention attorney fees because there wasn't, to me, clarity in the statute in terms of when we request those. So I can argue that now, or I can wait later, depending on the court's preference. But unless you would like to argue the attorney fees portion, I don't have any further comments for today.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. You can go ahead and argue that now, just so we have it, and then I'll hear from Mr. Jones.
Okay. We did request attorney fees under two separate provisions. I believe it was 74-124 and then 74-116. And 74-116 is kind of the typical attorney fees provision for public records requests, and it mentions frivolousness. But we did also cite Idaho Code 74-124, that's the investigatory records exemption, which has its own fee provision. And it doesn't require a showing of frivolousness, it just requires the court's discretion to award fees. But we listed a number of reasons why we believe an award of fees would be appropriate in our briefing. So the court can reference those, but I think something that stands out to me today is that every argument that the city has made related to an exemption is contrary to established authority in some way. The custodian exemption that was raised is against the Idaho Conservation League case. The foreign law argument that was made is against the Magic Valley case. The privacy argument that was made is against the permanent injunction. And of course, you can make arguments that are, for reversing authority or for changing prior authority. But there was no argument made about why these cases or the court's prior order was wrong or was subject to challenge. The city just sort of argued these things anew. And so because of that, in addition to the other issues we've listed in our briefing, we believe an award of attorney fees and costs would be appropriate. So to overall summarize, what we're requesting is disclosure of the documents in Appendix A, an in-camera review and removal of redactions consistent with the permanent injunction, which would be Appendix B, and then our fees and costs. But thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Jones, response?
Thank you, Your Honor. To begin with, Idaho Code 74-102 sub 4 requires that the requests have enough specificity to allow the public agency to determine what the records are and what the records being sought are. It does not require the public agency to engage in any sort of investigation regarding what exactly the petitioner is requesting. And in Wade v. Taylor, which is cited by the petitioner and for other reasons, the main holding in that case is actually that the records that are being reviewed by the court are reviewed at the time of the request, not at the time of the hearing. And that's kind of what we have right now, where we have a much narrower review of the records that are being requested, whereas what the city's been really kind of having to work through is the information that was attached to the declaration of Amy James on March 30th to determine what exactly the records that the petitioner was requesting. And so until the Appendix A came, which is respectfully just too late, the city really didn't know what records the petitioner was requesting, and they lacked specificity. They were ambiguous, and they couldn't be met with reasonable effort.
So Mr. Jones, I do want to ask though, in the respondents in the city's request and records log, and that's, if we look at the time of the request before this litigation was initiated, so August 25th of 2025 was the last request after it had gone through some revisions with the city's responses, and the city responded to that. In that request, the EWU, for example, put a request of, in the supplement, so the city has previously provided on the website access to the public to a bunch of information to include the police reports. EWU put on there supplemental 42, which directs you to that supplemental, the surviving roommate's first interviews dated 11/13 of 2022. And the city's response was the city was unable to identify a specific responsive record without additional information from EWU, and actually requested the officer's name and or the initials of the individual, amongst other things. And when you open up that supplemental 42, I guess I'm wondering, how was it difficult for the city to identify the specific responsive record to that?
I think that the answer to that, Your Honor, is just that without listing the names, the location, the time of the records requested, the city can't just go through the 58 terabytes of information that are that the city has relevant to this investigation. And so without specificity, this isn't a discovery proceeding, and the city needs that specificity to determine what exactly is being requested, i.e. names of the officers, location, times, etc.
I guess I'm wondering, because I think if I recall, if you pull up that supplement off the webpage, it's 4 or 5 pages, and then it is an interview with 3 different people. So I guess I'm on top of that, Mr. Jones, I'm wondering, the city provided declarations. Clearly, there's a lot of information in this case. No one is disputing that. But there's also, it looks like there's been a situation where the city, I think the language was essentially that other agencies or have often just provided information or dumped the information without it being really categorized, or so it makes, in some way, the readings of those declarations make the court question at this point whether it has been categorized, whether the city even knows all of the information that it does have, which then would make it, understanding the burden is on the requester, which is EWU, but wouldn't it make it very challenging for a requester to request information if the city doesn't know what it actually has, because there's so much information? Do you see
Yes, I certainly see Your Honor's point. I don't think that if this were a discovery proceeding, we would be having a different conversation, but this is a Public Records Act proceeding, and so the onus is really on the requester to specifically request the information that it's seeking. And if the requester doesn't know what information it's seeking, and it just wants a broad category of information, that's not an appropriate request. That would be an appropriate discovery request, but it can't just request all surveillance footage and expect the city to go outside the 4 corners of the request and try to determine what exactly the petitioner is seeking. And so there is a little bit of this is an unusual situation. In most public records requests and most public records situations, this wouldn't occur. But given the volume of information in this case, the city can't just spend all the time searching for unspecified information.
And I appreciate that, understand that. I guess I'm just a little troubled by some of the, you know, again, in the records request or records log, you have 2I, EWU requested from supplemental 271, which is provided on the city's website. They've narrowed it down to an interview with initials KD, dated April 12th of 2024, and an audio CD, item 876, as specifically referenced, but the city saying we're unable to identify a specific responsive record without additional information. I guess the question is for purposes of the statute, I think the language is pretty clear as far as them providing the specificity to allow the agency to reasonably go about finding the document. And so I guess I'm wondering if how more specific does a person need to be, or an individual or an entity need to be in requesting, and what is the consideration of the reasonableness? Now, I understand in this case, you know, does the court take into consideration also reasonableness in the sense of the amount of individuals who've been working on, for the city who've been working on this? There being, as I understand it, 2 full-time people, the clerk and the records custodian, or the individual, Mr. Smallridge, working at evidence custodian, primarily being the ones who are trying to find or locate or provide or produce this information. But I suppose my question is that does that or should that stand in the way of the city being able to provide it?
I guess I'm not quite sure exactly what Your Honor is asking. I'll just sort of summarize it as there is a litany of requests here. Appendix A has really, really narrowed that request, but we haven't been reviewing Appendix A. We've been reviewing the declarations and the petition that make us we really have to squint at those to determine what is being requested. And even that is taking a lot of effort, and I would submit that it's more than reasonable effort to determine what is being requested. And the question of when is at the time of the request, not at the time of the hearing after we've sort of nailed down some of this information. And so the city has not been able to respond to the requests generally with reasonable effort because of the lack of specificity in the requests, again, on August 18th at the time of the request.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones. And then I guess to follow up on my initial question from the beginning of the hearing then, based upon this argument, would the city be asking the court to kind of disregard Appendix A, but go off of what was requested, which is from the, as I understand it, would be the August 28, 2025 request, make its decision based upon that?
So I think legally the court is obliged to make its decision based on the August 18th, 2025 request. From a practical standpoint, we appreciate that it's narrowed down, but that's not what was briefed, that's not what was prepared, that's not what was argued up until last Friday. And so, you know, had the petitioner presented that information, frankly, prior to filing his petition or any time during the pendency of this case, rather than less than a week before the hearing, we may have had a different conversation with the petitioner, and we may be having a different conversation today. But I do think, to answer your question, I appreciate the practical nature of just responding to what's being requested, but legally, we're looking at the August 18th request.
Right. Thank you for the clarification. You may continue your argument.
Thank you. I'll move on to the question of unwarranted invasion of privacy. Idaho Code 74-124-1C provides an exemption from disclosure for materials that are an unwarranted invasion of privacy, and that's defined in 74-101-17A. There is not a lot of Idaho case law determining what an unwarranted invasion of privacy is, which is why the city pointed to federal case law. And the city reasonably relied on that federal case law based on guidance, frankly, from this court in Laramie, which also relied on federal case law to determine what an unwarranted invasion of privacy is. And I just say that to address sort of the attorney's fees argument later on down the road. In any event, the petitioner submits that this decision has been made in the Laramie case as res judicata, and that res judicata applies to what is an unwarranted invasion of privacy. And that's not exactly applicable here because the Laramie case focused on a couple of specific named litigants. And in fact, the petitioner objected to the standing of the interveners to discuss anything outside of those specific named litigants. They didn't object to the standing of the city to address those matters. And so the Laramie case was actually a very narrow decision. And one of the takeaways from the Laramie case is that once this information is disclosed, we can't get that back. And so should the court find that there is an unwarranted invasion of privacy and that all of these surviving roommates, surviving family members that weren't litigants in the Laramie case, not to mention anybody that was caught up in the scope of the investigation who disclosed numerous private details, including, their addresses, their names, their whereabouts on this day, all sorts of private information. They have an unwarranted interest in their own privacy as well. So we point to the federal cases because the federal cases, there's a fair bit of case law examining what this is, and there's also a balancing test. And that's why, similarly with the balancing test, that's why we point to what the petitioner's motives are, because it's relevant to the balancing test and is relevant to the privacy interests of the individuals who are not litigants in the Laramie case. And we submit that the balancing tests rests in favor of the of protecting the privacy interests of the individuals who participated in this investigation. And again, Chief Dallinger's declaration goes into the nature and the wide net that was provided of information that was provided in this. And it's our position that those privacy interests are paramount in this specific case relative to the interests of the petitioner. With respect to the custodian of records argument, Your Honor, Idaho Code 74-103-1, it provides that only the custodian of records needs to respond to a public records request. And then it defines custodian of records as the person with custody and control of the records. It's our position that the city doesn't have control of the records, and the agencies that created the records are the ones that have control of these records. And I outlined in our brief as to why that is. But significantly, the city didn't, it's the prosecution that used these records. It's the prosecution, which is not the city, that was compiling these records for the purposes of prosecuting Mr. Koberger. And the city was just working with the other agencies in compiling the records. And to use the example of the city police officer going to Pennsylvania to conduct an investigation, the records that were created by the Pennsylvania police are Pennsylvania records. The records that were created by the FBI are FBI records. Any police reports, if the Idaho City of Moscow officer had a body camera and he created those during that investigation, those would be Idaho records. But essentially what the petitioner is doing here is abrogating both state and federal law for the out-of-state agencies by simply requesting these records in Idaho. And it's our position that that's precluded because, one, the city is not the custodian of these records. They don't have control over these records in the way that is contemplated, but also because Idaho Code 74-1041A provides that records are exempt from any federal or state law, if they're exempt by any federal or state law. And of course, nobody's arguing that federal law is not explicitly worded in that statute, but we're certainly arguing that state law says what it means, what it says, which is simply state law. And of course, I point out that later on in that same statute, it provides the Idaho Supreme Court. It doesn't just say the Supreme Court. And so I think that distinction there is telling. The federal records, the federal law does apply. The Pennsylvania and Washington state law also does apply because of 74-1041A. And the petitioner provides a little bit of a chicken or the egg argument in the sense that they argue that for example, the right to know law out of Pennsylvania only applies to Pennsylvania. Well, we are talking about Pennsylvania records here. And so because these are Pennsylvania records that were generated in Pennsylvania that that are governed by Pennsylvania laws, the court should consider that not because of the Pennsylvania laws, but because the Idaho Code contemplated that. And similarly with the FOIA argument, these records are probably not disclosable under FOIA with the exemption 7, exemption 5, et cetera, the ones that are listed in the brief, the Privacy Act. And because the Idaho Code contemplated federal exclusions, including FOIA, the FOIA applies. Now, the petitioner points to Magic Valley to hold that FOIA doesn't apply, but that's not exactly what the Magic Valley case says. The Magic Valley case specifically focuses on the question of whether or not names are personnel records, and it's specific and it's narrow to that question. And the Magic Valley case holds that had the Supreme Court, or sorry, the Idaho legislature choose to include names as personnel records, they would have done so specifically in the personnel records exemption, which is not what we're discussing here. So it's our position that the Magic Valley case is inapplicable to this argument. Moving on to the fees question, in the brief, essentially the petitioner is saying, well, we'll pay the fees. Well, this brings us back to the top where we don't know what the petitioner is requesting. And so we're having to anticipate essentially what's being requested in this briefing. And it's our position that Idaho Code 74-102 provides that it's appropriate for the city to require fees in order for to respond to the requests. And on the eve of the oral argument, the petitioner says, "Oh well, we'll pay the fees." I mean, that could have been and should have been done at the time of the petition or at the time of the request. So the refusing to disclose that information because the fees at the time of the refusal of the withholding of that information is appropriate, and it just kind of brings us back to the top that until the Appendix A was provided, the city really had no clear idea of what was being requested. Finally, regarding attorney's fees, we would just simply submit that this was not, that attorney's fees aren't appropriate under either statute. The city's not trying to obstruct justice. The city's not trying to inappropriately withhold information. The city's trying to protect investigative processes of law enforcement. The city's trying to protect privacy interests of persons that aren't parties to this litigation. The city's trying to make sure it doesn't err on the side of providing information that can't be brought back that probably should have been withheld. And so the city's not obstructing anything really. We're trying to comply with the code, And frankly, this is just one of those cases that needs judicial guardrails, no matter how the court decides. And so with that, Your Honor, I'll submit.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. James?
Thank you, Your Honor. Leander James on behalf of Karen, interveners Karen Laramie, Stacy Chapin, James Chapin, and Maisie Chapin. Ever since, Your Honor, ever since the court entered its judgment granting in part the permanent injunction in the case of Chapin v. et al. V. City of Moscow, Latah case number CV 29250755, I felt like kind of like the little Dutch boy with his finger in the dike, trying to reasonably and under the statute prevent dissemination of information that is harmful to my clients. I think the issues were very well briefed. The court will note I didn't write a supplemental brief because I felt the court had sufficient information. And I also had been in contact with Mr. Jones and with Ms. Kennedy at some point along the way. So I was aware of what they were going to say. But I do have some additional comments here that maybe will add something meaningful. First, the impact of the release of information on privacy rights. Petitioner argues correctly that EWU's business model is irrelevant to the case. And I say correctly insofar as you look at it from the point of view of the court under Idaho's FOIA, Idaho Code 74-101 at sequence, is not to consider what the information is going to be used for. However, that logic does not carry forward when the court is to analyze the unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. And here's what I'm saying. I appreciate the court under the FOIA may not consider what the requester intends to use the information for. However, the court and the city are duty bound under the statute to determine whether that information being disseminated will result in unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. And the court has already seen in the prior case, the Chapin et al. Case, that the use of this information results in severe and permanent detrimental impacts to my clients and likely others. And that can be considered by the court. So to give sort of a raw example, I understand that not this court, but another court released autopsy records. I think they were already out there. And somebody used those with AI to try to generate images, gruesome images. And what I'm saying is the court should consider, and the city should consider, how this information out there will impact the unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. With that, I'll move to the new snag. It's a new snag here, I think, that has not been addressed. On July 27, 2026, and by the way, I would have briefed this, but it just happened. On July 27, 2026, in Ada County, case number CV 012615-094, and pursuant to Idaho Code Section 19-4901 through 19-4911, the convicted murderer, Mr. Koberger, filed for post-conviction relief. It's imperative that that case proceed uninfluenced by the public disclosure of information. This is an entirely separate analysis, but it impacts, I think, what we're doing here today. In the underlying criminal case, this court and the court of the Honorable Judge Hippler previously entered non-dissemination orders based upon the court's inherent authority to manage criminal proceedings and protect the defendant's constitutional rights to a fair trial. This court's ruling was later affirmed in Associated Press v. 2nd Judicial District of the State of Idaho, County of Latah, 172 Idaho 113, 2023 case. And the court stated, and I'll quote here because I think it's very relevant to frankly, both analyses. The Supreme Court said, quote, "We recognize that our trial courts have an increasingly difficult task in balancing the Sixth Amendment rights of a defendant with the First Amendment protections afforded the press. With the advent of the internet and social media, the balancing act has become even more challenging today than it was in 1960s and 70s, when Shepard and Calder were decided. Although these are well-guarded rights, those seeking to enforce them must still bow to the jurisdictional rules and procedural channels litigants are constrained to follow, unquote. And that's at Associated Press at page 124. The same logic is now triggered here. In his post-conviction relief case, Mr. Koberger and his court-appointed attorney, which he now has, will likely argue that new information has been dug up, by online sleuths, conspiracy buff, and others that are using this information that is being disclosed to then contact potential witnesses to, in fact, in some cases, harass the witnesses to find information out that they can then use to their economic advantage through blogging and so forth online. This is a new cycle. This is why, and I do belabor this a little bit because I think it's really critical. This is a new era we're in, and it's really unprecedented. We're dealing with something that this court has already set a precedent. I think that has rippled through, I know, other states, including Nevada. And the difficulty here is, and the tension between the Sixth Amendment and the First Amendment, are that this information gets disseminated, then it's thrown wide and far. So-called real crime sleuths and investigators and media then contact witnesses in the criminal case and influence these witnesses, and then they create conspiracy theories and so forth, and the court knows this in detail, I'm sure, that then turns around and can be used by the convicted murderer to then seek post-conviction relief. And I want to point out here, I'm not arguing Mr. Koberger's rights, but I am arguing the integrity of the system. I think what has to be considered is, as this information is let out, it will be used by the media in a way that can negatively impact the post-conviction relief process and the potential that it would be sent back for a new trial. And we've got a real mess on our hands because we've got just this deluge of information. The dam is broke and the information is out there, and it could very well corrupt the whole process that is still going on in the post-conviction relief process and the potential for a new trial. And looking at the appendices that petitioner provided, I see numerous references to witnesses and wanting unblurred faces and information about witnesses. Well, they're going to go contact these witnesses. And when you contact witnesses, you influence witnesses. And what then happens if the reality occurs that Mr. Koberger prevails in his post-conviction relief and is sent back for a new trial? For all the reasons the court entered a dissemination order in the underlying criminal case, all of those reasons are now present here to prevent further dissemination of anything, for that matter. And I know it's difficult and it's always hard to bring a new argument up an oral argument, and it just happened. It just happened. The timing was. I mean, I've been dealing myself with a deluge of media trying to get at my clients once the post-conviction relief was filed. I've been
and it ain't bloggers
spending hours and days fending off media. I'll tell the court, as an officer of the court, it's been very difficult. And it's my honor to do so, but it's difficult work. I literally have to worry about media showing up at my client's door. So in sum, Your Honor, I believe under the FOIA analysis, the court and the city of Moscow are duty bound to protect the privacy rights of not only my clients, but the witnesses and all involved. However, I submit that it's an entirely new analysis now that we have the post-conviction relief case pending that warrants a non-dissemination order equivalent to what the court previously did in an underlying criminal case until that process plays itself out. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. James. I'm gonna just switch back to Mr. Jones to see Mr. Jones in before I hear lastly from Ms. Kennedy as a reply. But Mr. Jones, given what Mr. James has brought up here, do you, no obligation here, but do you wish to add anything further on your argument at this point in time?
Only that we would join in Mr. James's arguments related to the petition for post-conviction relief.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jones. All right, Ms. Kennedy, reply.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just have 2 points I'd like to address in reply. The first is on the broadness or the narrowness of the request, however you want to see it. But Idaho Code 74-1029 does allow for the parties to have a dialogue about what records are being requested and to get more information about those records and to narrow the request. And that's exactly what happened here. And by the time they got to the August 28th request and the September 15th denial, it was very clear what records were at issue. And what records were available and what had been denied by the city and why. And when we originally filed this case, it was very clear that the denials were based on custodianship, foreign law, and privacy. And so regardless of what documents were or weren't at issue, the exemptions that we were dealing with were very clear. The city made that very clear in their denials. And so I don't think that the city can say that we were prejudiced or we didn't understand what the issues were. Even if the particular documents at issue were fuzzy, we were very clear by the time of filing what the exemptions at issue were. But again, the statute does allow the parties to have a dialogue and then to come to a resolution. And if you look at the September 15th denial, it's very clear what EWU was requesting and what the city was denying and why. And then my second point related to the post-conviction relief. I mean, I'm coming into this a little bit cold. I have not seen any briefing on this issue. And so I would object to the court considering that when we haven't had a chance to research or brief any of those issues. But I think we have to go back to the statute and the case law. Wade v. Taylor says that the justification for the denial is assessed at the time of the denial. We didn't have this post-conviction issue at the time of the denial. That wasn't out there. But importantly, in Wade v. Taylor, there's no categorical denial of investigatory records. You don't get to just say, well, the case is open again, therefore you get nothing. The city has to show a reasonable probability of harm for every single record. And at this point, they've already released a lot of records in this case, and we can't pull back all of the records that have already been released. And so they would have to show, the city and the interveners would have to show that, well, for each of these records in Appendix A, that there's a reasonable probability of harm. And I suppose the harm that they're raising is fair trial. So they would have to show, well, you can't have that record because it might prejudice the right to a fair trial. But we have to also look at reasonable probability of harm. Is there a reasonable probability that the petition would be granted such that there would be a trial? And so I think the court would have to look at that. And the interveners, I don't believe, have standing to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial. I think that would be something that the city or the defense team would have to. So with those two issues, unless the court has questions, those are my comments on reply. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you. I appreciate counsel, your briefing in this regard, and also providing the records logs provided by the city and the most recent addendum. That just helps for the court clarify, given the volume of records that clearly was cited to in the declarations and the amount of information, it helps the court to narrow down what we're actually discussing or deciding in this particular case. The briefing was very thorough and helpful for the court. even if we have kind of limited case law on certain things, it's still helpful for the court in guiding it into hopefully getting to a decision. And I appreciate your professionalism and your arguments here before the court. We will take the matter under advisement and issue a decision. Is there anything else in this matter for today, Ms. Kennedy?
No, thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate your time on this case.
Anything further, Mr. Jones
No, thank you, Judge.
or Mr. James?
No, thank you, Your Honor, for your close attention to the matter.
Yes. All right, thank you. We will be in recess for today.
All right. Well, what a day. What a day. And it was only, what, an hour and 40 minutes. Well, we were live for 30 minutes beforehand, so about an hour. Well. The city makes arguments that do not matter. And oh my God, we didn't even know about Appendix A. If they would have just done Appendix A from the beginning, we wouldn't even be here. What a bunch of whiny motherfucking liars. Okay. Little bell. Well, let's just get on Lana's list here. They had no preliminary matters. Okay. And they kicked off with what was mostly, well, the judge said, okay, so the request on August 28th of 2025, that gets denied in September, okay? And she does a great job because she recognizes that if you think that this September or this August 25th or 28th request, I mean, this is beyond specific. Go to Supplemental 104, the DoorDash driver, interview, 1123. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use Hector. We don't need to see their faces anymore. I'm going to show you what he was talking about squinting. Okay, you guys want to see him talking about squinting? They're insane. You just open up the windows on your computer and then you hit the little plus button and then it makes your screen bigger. I cannot believe that he's over here talking about squinting. And so the bottom line here is that, listen, you guys flat out just categorically denied stuff. And we're going to talk about the reasons that you denied stuff. This has to do with what you did between August 25th and September 15th. Okay? That's what this has to do with. And you're all full of shit. We're about to show you how you're all full of shit. And you use your time to talk about the wildest shit. You guys, this is crazy. Here it is. Look at this. Okay, squint. Phone interviews with Kaylee's friends that are on the DVD from Supplemental 75. Excuse me? That's not specific? It is. This is the request from August of 2025. Surviving roommate B interview. 1347 hours. That's the timestamp of like the day on 11/13. She wants the body. They wanted the body worn camera and the DVD. The surviving roommate B second interview 11/16 audio, and it's telling you supplemental 90. Okay, she nails it. They are lying. Okay, the city is lying. All right, it does not matter what has occurred about Appendix A. You can take Appendix A and shove it straight up your fucking ass. Okay, Appendix A was Megan Marshall asking for things after the fact. Okay, and you know what? Miss Kennedy was basically like, I'm not even going to get into his stupid ass weeds. But see me, I would have gotten to those weeds. Because I personally believe that I knew the arguments for them. You're not going to get into the weeds if you don't know what to say. So I was writing stuff down as he was speaking, because that's what you're supposed to do. You need to listen. You need to write down what he's saying. And then you're like, it's kind of like Ann Taylor back in the day. She was so taken back by just the absolute gaslighting and lies that took place. And it was like, when that stuff happens to you in a courtroom, you can't even believe what they're saying, and you're not prepared for that craziness, for that lie, to argue that you cannot even believe that they're going to even go there. So how can you be ready for that? And that's why it's like, well, I learned this when I was in Colorado, and a girl like straight up lied her fucking ass off. I've never even known this person, met this person, nothing, except for the fact that they wanted to me to get into an NDA. It was wild shit. Anyways, I was exposing this channel for being a huge fraud in the Chris Watts case. I dismantled this channel that was like a 135,000 person channel. I had like, I don't know, 3,000 subscribers. Literally just picked it apart and just showed how all these Patreon members, you guys are paying for lies. She doesn't talk to Nicole Kessinger. She doesn't do this. I mean, dismantled this girl's channel and her fucking little trolls. Well, they didn't like that, so they came after me. Well, who's where now, motherfucker? That's what I thought. But the girl lied her ass off in a courtroom in Colorado. So seeing this stuff just unfold in front of my face, I'm like, yeah, look at this crazy shit. This is as specific as this is how we put in our request to this date. Okay. Friends of victims on 11/13/2022 at 13:49 hours, body worn camera recordings, supplemental 106. They know exactly what that is. And guess who's filling these requests? Guess who filled my request for the Eric Warner stuff? Eric Warner. Took him 3 hours to go Xerox copy 42 pages. Witness J. So as you can see all of this. So this was the argument. All of these records, okay? All of these records. All she did was make it into, okay, like, because so much stuff has been already released, Your Honor. The reason that we narrowed down Exhibit Appendix A here, that was part of our motion, is because, Your Honor, all of this other stuff has already been released, okay? And so we just focused on these ones that haven't been. Now, do we think that those ones have bing released properly with all these redactions? No, but we can get to that, because all you have to do is rule on all you have to do is rule on one thing, and it then's going to set precedent on how everything else would be ruled on. That's basically EWU's argument here, is like, what are you guys talking about? Like, we're talking about an argument here. You denied us, and Megan Marshall gets it, okay? Trust me, she does. She asks the questions that, like, hey, well, you're telling me this isn't specific enough, and then they changed the way they were denying it. First it was, we can't find this stuff. You have to be more specific. Then we're changing the reasons on the denial, and that's the part that Kennedy could have beat home if she wanted, but she's already made that argument on the record. I think I know exactly what's going to happen here, and the only way this gets bailed out is if it would be some type of a ruling where we're going to side with EWU, we're going to pay them attorney fees, but we're going to put a hold on the records. But I don't even know if you can do that. I got to look into all that. But just so you could see how crazy this was. Is like, this is how specific their shit was, just like ours. Very specific, just like this. They're filling our requests, okay? So to sit here and say, like, the arguments that he was trying to make, we have proof that that's all lies, because you're filling our requests. To talk about that we weren't prepared, you just gave us this appendix on January 31st. Bitch, this is August 5th today, isn't it? You didn't have time? That's your job. And all it was like, I don't know, 14 records compared to, like, all she did was, I mean, it's ludicrous. Okay, play Little John up in here. They're ridiculous, the lies. So she basically said privacy, foreign control, and custody. the custodian. And the questions by Megan Marshall were used or retained by the city, complied. Like she's saying, like, it doesn't matter. These are this. I wanted her to talk a little bit more about that. Is that we're asking for the copies that were used. And my arguments throughout this were, listen, they had to go create these records. They had to go create these files because they're little gophers that they sent out that were assisting them. Okay, they had to go get these, but they were there. They just had to organize them. What I mean by that is when Idaho State Police did something, they then, and at the bottom of every single report, it says, DVD sent to Moscow or dropped off at Moscow. Like, here you go. This is the recording from, here's a copy of the recorded interview of so-and-so. All right. Well, then somebody has to make a record of that. They just took a recording from Leslie Lehman. Who did that? Like, you should be writing a report saying you did this and you put this in the file and you did whatever with it. Right? Where is Officer Payne, who should be writing up a shit ton of reports because he's the lead, saying how he's organizing all of this, how he's gathering all this information and where it's going? Where is there a report that talks about any of that shit? You can't find that. You guys, I cannot believe for the life of me that people are sitting in a courtroom talking about privacy. We watch every day on different channels, body-worn camera, where people are having interviews. This is the only case I've ever seen, where people are blanking out every other word and the blurs and all of this crazy ass shit. They didn't even get to talk about this in camera review. Like, what is Megan Marshall? Like, that wasn't even... Let's see. The two things that the intervener wants to talk about is EWU's business model and Brian Koberger. Unbelievable arguments. Unbelievable. Hey, this is what I want to talk about. I want to talk about bloggers out there. Are you kidding me? You guys are going and writing books with James Patterson. You guys are having these witnesses that y'all are friends with saying, here, talk to James Patterson. Talk to James Patterson. Talk to Hulu. Talk to Amazon Prime. Those are the witnesses. If there's anybody that's influencing anybody here, it's the families who are in contact with the witnesses and getting them involved in their documentaries. That's what's happening. I mean, we're just going to call spades spades. I mean, you want to talk about interfering with witnesses? You got the Gonsalves family right now talking with Cy Ray, and what are they doing? They want to release the CSLIs. Excuse me? Let's talk about Dateline. How does Dateline end up with the damn Brian Koberger's entire phone? I don't care who the leak is, it's out there. There's supposed to be an investigation on that. Clearly nobody gives a fuck. So why are we here? Why are the Chapins over here talking about that we have bloggers that are out here for economic this, that, or the other, or that they can go and run with these conspiracy theories then, and it's going to help the defendant who has now claimed that he is going to fight for post-conviction relief? Dude, Brian Kober had every right to intervene, and so did his attorney. They did not. They knew this hearing was happening. Where are they? How about when Ann Taylor was still, I guess, representing him? She didn't intervene. To seriously gaslight for the Laramie and the Chapin's lawyer to go and do what he did today, it was such a bad look in my opinion. And to hide behind the fact that you're going to sit here and say, well, we're doing it all for a fair trial. Excuse me? A fair trial? Y'all wanted a plea deal. You didn't want no trial. That's why I played yesterday the Today Show. We were told that there wasn't going to be able to be any appeals. Get out of here. Okay? These records are the truth. How can you spin records? That'd be pretty silly for anybody to get up here and just start like saying, hey, take a look at this document and start speaking a different language and telling you guys something that it says it does not say. So, wow. I mean, I think that was pretty rich, what we heard today from the interveners. The attorney fees, they should get every damn dollar back. The city talking about stuff that they just don't even know what they're talking about. Talking about how much time it's taken. We've paid for every single minute that this has taken. Every single minute of these records, these astronomical, and see, EWU doesn't know anything about this because EWU stopped doing anything after the August last denial that happened in September, because then they went into litigation. And this has taken since August and September of 2025. I mean, it's 2026. It's a year later. But we kept on making requests, okay? We didn't stop. Because what happened here is when I first did mine and I listed like a whole bunch of stuff, and I realized how they wanted to do this, because I was just like, okay, well, I'll break off payments. So, because it was going to be like, whatever you want, put it in priority. And I was just like, I don't want you to give me, I want you to give me like, you know, how much each thing's going to cost. And I want to be able to like break you off money, right? But I don't think that I should have to, you guys saw this ridiculous list. Okay, look at all this stuff. They went ahead and just flat rate quoted them 20 G's to have basically the whole file, whatever they were asking for, which is essentially the whole file. Dude, that's a great price. I want the entire file for 20 G's. Because you want to know what they quoted me just for the tips? 26,000 tips, 20 G's. And that only went up to, that was going to be with hella redactions, and only went up until the white Elantra was announced, because I wanted to separate them. I wanted to see all the tips before they flooded their own tip line. And I wanted to compare. Okay? And so here, EWU stopped doing anything, because guess what they did? They did exactly what I did to begin with. But if I didn't pay them for everything up front, or that huge ass deposit, then it wiped out. So I had to start breaking this stuff up. And it was like, I tried to go in order of the case because of how I was compiling all of my stuff to make a documentary. Because unlike what this lawyer has to say, I've covered this case for 4 years. Okay, a documentary to document everything I've done for this case that I want to put into the Slam Dance Film Festival, or I want to put into the Sundance Film Festival as an independent, just to show that, hey, there are people that actually do it the right way, that are, you know, what you want to say, web sleuths, or people that have YouTube channels. There's a right way and there's a wrong way. Okay, but this channel tries to do things the right way. And to document everything, you know, I've gone to Moscow numerous times, so it's not been like I've never been there. We've stuck to the documents. We've interviewed people. We would never platform people that were just ridiculous. And so who the fuck are you to tell me? Basically what he just told me in this stupid little argument that he presented to the courts, that who the fuck am I to do that? And that these bloggers out here, the fuck you talking about bloggers? Who's a blogger out here? Mainstream media is the one beating down your fucking clients' doors, not me. Not anybody else that I know that's running a YouTube channel. I don't need to beat down their doors. No offense, but they weren't interviewed, were they, by the police? They don't know what their son was doing on campus. And why I believe that is the Moscow Police Department didn't believe that they knew shit, so they didn't interview him. Oh, but what about the FBI? Did the FBI? Well, according to the Gonsalveses, nobody was interviewed. So I'm not out here trying to get no family members' interviews or their interviews with the police when they were told things about their kid being murdered. That's disgusting. I've never gone for that. I don't want when the police show up and to tell the Gonsalveses at their door that, you know, Kaylee's been murdered. I don't want that shit. Stop trying to make this stuff that it's not. We want to know what the hell the police truly did in this case. And they should be showing their work, not hiding behind and rewriting the Idaho Public Records Request Act. And here they are. And just like Kennedy said, that I said, you should be proud of your work. You guys got this son of a bitch off the streets. Show it. Why are you over here hiding? And it's very simple, because we already know that the probable cause was all lies. I've never seen people whose kids have been murdered and the city has lied to them, the prosecutor has lied to them, these police officers have lied to them, then go get an attorney to protect the people that lied to them. I've never seen it in my life. Well, guess what? Today's a first. Today's a first. That's what we just saw today. Bill Thompson told the families that there is no plea deals. He waived all of them. I'd love to be a fly on the wall for those conversations that the Chapins have had with Bill Thompson, with Anthony Dollinger, with Chief Fry, with Brett Payne for the past week. Because I'm curious, you know how often the police were meeting with the families? Do you know that there's not a single report of any of those ever happening? You guys are aware of that, right? So for example, in the Jennifer Drake, Brian Drake case out of Idaho, every time that the police talked to Jennifer Drake, they were recording the phone calls, right? They were gathering information from her. She was dropping off stuff, whatever, blah, 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 blah. All those were recorded. Where are all the recording calls every night that Payne called the family and was telling them whatever the fuck he was telling them? Where is that report every single day that was happening? Each of these families had a handler. Anthony Dollinger, Brett Payne, whoever each family had that was in communication with them. You don't think there should be a police report about that? You don't think that with a leak happening, that it would be very, very important to know who these officers were that were talking to the families and what was being disclosed to the families by the police? You're supposed to be getting information from them, not giving them information on the investigation. If we want to talk about integrity here, since it got brought up, we want to protect the integrity. Well, after Brian Colbert took a plea deal, we have two officers getting up on a podium, and I think it was also at CrimeCon, that the families were over here talking about the fact of how often they were in communication with the police department and what the police were telling them. Where are those in police reports? That's really interesting to me. Do not mention the word integrity with the Idaho4 case. You look foolish. It's gone. There is no integrity in this case. There never was. Look at Bill Thompson, and that he went on a whore tour on 11/28 to 11/30, 2022, especially on 11/30, talking about, oh, if you knew what I knew, you'd send your kid to school here. Oh, really, Bill? I cannot believe that Ann Taylor did not move. I mean, maybe she did move for I have to go back and check. Did she move for the disqualification of that prosecutor's office? Because they need to be disqualified from prosecuting this case. They are witnesses. Why I'm saying that they are witnesses is because they acted like in police, they took on roles that the police department takes on. Okay, so I have to ask you questions just like I would ask anybody questions that I'm asking a police officer, because you took on those positions and those roles. I should be able to question you. There's no integrity here. Please. It's very simple. EWU crushed the city, crushed them. And Meghan Markle knows this. Meghan Markle's only way out of releasing these exactly how they should be released is if she can find something to do with the fact that Brian Colbert has petitioned for a new, to withdraw his plea due to X, Y, and Z. But you know what? Brian Colbert wasn't here today, was he? And if you think Brian Colbert and his new attorney didn't know about this hearing, well, then that's just ineffective assistance of counsel right there for Brian Colbert and his new attorney. Because who wouldn't show up if they have something to say about this? But to sit here and say that by releasing the truth, the investigatory records in this case would somehow create bloggers or media people to start with these conspiracy theories, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Unless, what do these records show that you think that there can even be this conspiracy, okay? The bottom line is that why we're looking at the investigatory records is to see how the police, because the police are, that's the government, they're allowed to be questioned. They're allowed to face the scrutiny of like, here, wait, you want to stand by your work. You guys did all of this stuff. You guys wrote up a probable cause affidavit of 18 pages that was all circumstantial evidence, and you did not use the IGG, which you said that that's how you got to him paying in a under oath testimony in front of Ann Taylor on January 25th, 2025. That Brian Colbert was not on your radar ever, not once, until you heard his name on 12/19. That would include anything from WSU on 11/29 because there was no official report. That was never told to you how you portrayed that. And Meghan Markle was the one that saw that PCA. And so I loved when Kennedy mentioned that, yeah, the probable cause of Brian Colbert, the one that you signed off on. I love her hearing this shit. I would have dropped some more big fat bones to her. And I would have said, well, you're no stranger to this 18, 19 page probable cause here, probable cause affidavit, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're trying to get the records that back up that probable cause. And the city is preventing that. Why? And they're trying to prevent it by using completely erroneous arguments that have already been, there's case law on. So what are we doing here? This is frivolous. This is a delay tactic. This is a stall tactic. And for this guy to seriously argue that there's no res judicata here and that this was not argued before is laughable. We're supposed to get out here in front of every time that they want to redact one piece of body worn camera or an interview. We're supposed to seriously every single time sue them over every single piece, because every time that they're fulfilling a records request, they're giving us heavily over redacted shit, which would require it to go under in-camera review. And see, EWU was right in their argument when they said, you got to do something right now because every single person out there that's got a FOIA filled or a public records request filled literally has the same issue that we have. And so if you've already said that you filled 1,500 of those, talk about how much money they've raked in for over redacting and charging every single minute for these lawyer fees that they're charging. A piece of paper to print out and to look through for the CAD and the fleet, a list of the fleet that's already made up. You just have to go and click on a button that tells you every fleet that's undercover for the Moscow Police Department. To provide that to us, $66. Are you out of your fucking mind? $66. $66. How the fuck are you charging $66 for a worker that would have taken, how long do you think it took to go and get that piece of paper in your computer system? If you say anything more than 5 minutes, you're a liar. Okay? Fine, fuck it, I'll give you 15. Who is working there that is making, I don't know, $300 and some an hour to look up computer requests? Because $66 for one piece of paper that it took you also, all we're asking here, I'm about to show you guys the record request, is the fleets. That is the undercover fleet vehicles that you have at Moscow. And you guys claim to have such a small, I guess you could say, we're such a small department. Do you guys know how many freaking undercover vehicles they have that are unmarked, or let's just say unmarked vehicles? Do you guys, wait till you see this shit. But $66 for that piece of paper. Okay? Next, $56 for, guess what? We asked for the incident report, the CAD incident report with the radio from 11:12 beginning that day and ending at 11:13 at the end of the night. All you do is go into your computer, you put in that time, the book ends of the timestamps, and exactly what we're requesting, and it makes that document up for you. And again, that takes you maybe 5 minutes to do. When you look at the request, maybe it took you 5 minutes to read it, understand it, okay. Then sit down at a computer and type in, okay, I need 11/12/2022 to 11/13, at 23:59 hours, the CAD notes for all the incidences, boom, boom, and it generates that. Press print or save PDF, put the date on it, and send that request out. How long do you think that took? How the hell are you charging me? Because what you're supposed to charge is, it's supposed to be at the hourly rate of the lowest employee that can do that work. And so you're sitting here telling me that the people that you're having do this work are getting paid, I don't know, $300 an hour almost, because this could not have taken you more than 15 minutes. And so if you're charging me $56, take that like 56, what, $230 an hour? Who the hell's doing this? Like, this is, like, that request should have been, I don't know, no more than, like $8, $9. No, what they're slapping on is fees for, we have to have a lawyer look this over. Then we have to have somebody redact the material. So we're setting it to, everything gets to legal review. And it's like, listen, if y'all want to do that because you're afraid that you're going to get sued by these families, then that's on you. But we're not going to pay for that. We're not going to pay because you're scared to get sued by these families. That's what's happening here. Why are we paying for a lawyer to look at a piece of paper that's a public record to you to intervene in some way? That does not normally happen. Why are you doing it here? If y'all want to do that because you guys want to take extra precaution because you do not want to be sued, I don't know. Eat the fucking cost. But why are we paying money for something that does not require any of that? And do you know how much this adds up over the past year and how much they've raked up? This is a class action lawsuit. This is fraud. How is it not? How is it not theft? We're talking heavy thousands of dollars that they've collected. Fuck, somebody go do a request and ask them how much money they've made in FOIA, in their public records since anything. And you can't just ask for the Brian Kohlberger stuff, because we've been requesting stuff that would not be part of, you could say, the Brian Kohlberger case, because we're going about things differently. So you would just have to say, how much money have you taken in payments from the plea deal till now? I would love to know what that answer is. That's specific enough. I'm asking how much money they've brought in off of every invoice to do with their public records requests, period. And then you would go and compare it to just do a sample, go to the year before, okay, and ask what the year before was for that entire year. Do 4 or 5 years out so you'd have a nice little sample to show, okay, in 2020, this is how much they brought in for public records. 2021, 2022, go all the way down. And then show what 2025 to 2026 brought in. Fuck these people. Like I said, they're all on the lawyer little love boat, and nobody can get rowdy with each other. These liars. And we'll say, Lana, why aren't you go to law school? Why aren't you a lawyer? You think I want to fucking hang out with these people? You think I want to be in a room with these type of people? Absolutely not. Think I want to go to school with these type of people? Absolutely not. And it sucks because I know there's some, cool ass lawyers out there. But I'm good. Because I wouldn't play the game. It's like, I don't know. I've never seen a profession. Show me where teachers are out there protecting other teachers who have been found, I don't know, sexually grooming and molesting their students. Show me where there's teachers out there that are trying to protect other teachers. Show me where, go find me a career where accountants are out there protecting other accountants. I've never seen so much bullshit of protecting people than you do in law. I've never seen people be so afraid to mention, oh wait, you want to sue a lawyer? Oh, I'm not going to take on that case. Yeah, why? Why won't you take on that case? They fucked me. Here, look at it. Oh yeah, no, I don't want anything to do with that. Well then, fuck you. I'm going to go to the media. And then I realized, I am the media. Let's just talk about it. It's a joke. Family law is a joke. The judges in family law are an absolute fucking mess. Those fucking idiots. Those fucking assholes. They get played every fucking day. Just go to a courtroom. Go to a courthouse one day when you're bored. And go sit in on some of those fucking hearings. The people that they sign to be guardian ad litems, the biggest fucking jokes. You know what that means? Oh, you can't have any clients. The lawyers that are guardian ad litems. Oh, you need to make that extra money because you can't get any clients. No one wants you to represent them. That you need to go pick up these. Yeah, here, give me some guardian ad litem cases. You don't know shit about a kid that you never fucking see. You don't hang. The best is, let me ask you a question. Who's my kid's friends? What's my kid's favorite color? In a 4-year period, how many times have you seen that child? What? Twice? Ha! And you should be deciding what the fuck is good for this kid? I mean, it's a goddamn joke. So, trust me, don't get me started with fucking family law. But you know what? Family law turns people crazy. People start killing people. You know how many people kill people because I don't want to get divorced and this, that, and the other, and they're just they're gonna take everything and blah, blah, blah. Well, fucking blame your lawyers. Start putting some blame on them. Start putting some blame on some of these judges. To think that you need to go get a lawyer. You know, I have so many people that come to me talking to me about they're going through a divorce and blah, blah. I'm like, do not get a lawyer. You want the law to apply. 50-50, okay? Everything's split 50-50. If you don't want to be fair, then fuck off. But I want the law to apply here. It's 50-50. Why are we going to court over we got married and this is how the law is in this state? Who the fuck are you to literally go get an attorney and try to fucking cast any other parent as any other thing, or the fact that you don't even have any kids and y'all want to get into a pissing match over your money? Why are the courts even allowing this? Fuck that. But they do. You know why? Because they got to make money. That's their career. And let me ask you a question. Do you really think when you approach a lawyer in family law and you're like, hey, I want you to represent me in a divorce. Do you think they're like, yeah, let's get this divorce handled and over in 30 minutes or 30 days or even like a couple months? No, because guess what? They don't make any money if you're not their client anymore. Okay? They drag this shit out for fucking years. Why? Because you are a dollar amount. Okay? It's a head game. It's like a bartender. You come in, I already have you pegged as how much money you're going to spend and how much money I'm going to make off of you. The first thing that you have to do in family law, if you're going to become a client of services needed, is you fill out an affidavit talking about your motherfucking money, which is letting them know how much the fuck you're worth. And then you don't think that these two lawyers that are going to be on opposite ends of this, and they have their clients go, you're the husband or the wife, and you're both have attorneys. Who needs attorneys to literally split down the middle? Hey, that house. Hey, everything inside of it. Hey, these are our bank accounts. Why in the world would you ever want to pay an attorney money? Are you guys high? Do not, like, it's the dumbest thing. You need somebody, well, because the person says they're going to take everything money. I don't give a fuck what they say to you. Let them say that. You guys, the law in your state applies. There is no trumping the law. Okay? Oh, but they're going to go in there and they're going to say this, that, and the other. Let them say whatever the fuck they want. Your Honor, all I'm asking for is the law to apply here. We got married. We've been married for fucking 10 years. Things aren't working out. We can't be together. I'm asking you to split our assets down the middle. I get half of the house. Hey, they want to keep the house. They can buy me out of the house. Okay? But if they want to, lowball me and go get somebody to go do to walk through the house and appraise it at some stupid ass shit, I'm not here to play games, Your Honor. Okay? I would like you to apply the law. Why isn't that happening? And why aren't judges basically calling it out when somebody wants to file a motion that they know is absolutely ridiculous? Oh, this person was cheating though, so they should get everything. Who gives a fuck if they were cheating? How does that define, okay, so I was cheating. I should get less money out of our house because I cheated? No, prove that I took money of ours and was off gallivanting with it and blowing it all in other places. That's what it would take for you to say that me cheating affected our... No, we're getting divorced because of it, okay? I wasn't out there paying money to cheat. People were coming over my house and sitting on my lap for free in my pool. Who gives a shit? Y'all want divorced, but where lawyers come in and they're like, yeah, this is what I need. I need you guys to hate each other, and I need this to last for a long fucking time. Woo! Because that's how they make money. And guess what? We, the people, just allow it by going and being part of this big circle jerk. And if you don't think for a second that it matters who your attorney is once you get one, and what type of relationship they have with the judge and all that bullshit, and who they're platforming by paying for their stupid ass. Oh, I gave $500 for this person's campaign. All that shit matters. And so I say fucking boycott them. Y'all don't need attorneys to get divorced. Okay, where'd you get married? What's your state laws? All right, that's what you go with. And don't tell anybody, and don't let anybody tell you any different. The only time you need an attorney is when you're a fucking twat. Okay? When you've been embezzling your fucking money, when you've been hiding money from your spouse. And then talk about spousal support. Like I said, it sucks though. because there are a couple good people out there that are lawyers. But hey. And there's nothing worse when somebody comes in with an attorney that you're like, oh my God, I despise this person. And then you know what happens? Then these attorneys just get in pissing matches because they want to beat each other. Then it's a competition. Now they're playing game with your life. Go out and play golf. Go out and play golf. That's what I told one of these attorneys. I said, oh, that's right, I waxed you in golf. I forgot about that. Now I see why you're so personally invested in this case. Because I fucking waxed you in some damn golf tournament back 5-6 years ago. Well. Go and play a game. Stop playing games with people's lives. But that's what they do every single day. Your life is a game to them. Since when is anyone going to sit down and be a straight shooter with somebody and be like, listen, I'm going to represent you, but I'm only going to take a couple $1,000s from you because this is how this is going to work. These are our state laws. This is what you're entitled to. This is what you're going to get, blah, blah, blah. And that's it. If you want me to go overboard and to try to get this, this, and this, and hey, well, I want all this and I want all that and blah, blah, I'm going to tell you to go fucking hit the road and go pay for somebody else to do that stupid shit. All right, you got married. This is what the fuck the law is. If you want to play all these fucking games, I could sit here and milk you for all your titties are worth. Okay? And then what, at the end of the day, you're like, oh, well, I won. But guess what? You're sitting in a fucking pot of piss because I took it all. How about that? And then you have the idiots that say, yeah, that's fine because I just don't want my ex to get anything. And then you're like, this motherfucker right here, their headspace, you need to go call the cops, and this person needs to be in a padded room for a little bit. Because that's just when you're seeing straight red, and I think that needs to be reported. But that's what happens. That's fine, because as long as my ex doesn't get anything, it's fine. I don't care if I have nothing. Well, don't you want to have a place to live with you and your kids? Who? Just as long as they don't get anything, I'm fine. Yeah, what a great parent you are. Sick fucks. Those are the lushes at the PTA meetings, by the way. What if one side has nothing to split? There is no sides in the beginning. Whatever y'all have together. And if you have nothing together, then the last thing you would be going and getting is a lawyer, because what the fuck do you have a lawyer for? Family law is all about money. And anybody telling you different, well, and kids, but the moment that you bring kids and play kids as pawns, you're sick fucking, like I said, it should be reported, because that should be abuse. These people are sick in the world. But who's out there just like, yep. You know how much sicker I think the lawyers are when they want to go ahead and go to happy hour and say, man, yep, I'm probably going to take that motherfucker for about $50K this year. Easy $50K. And if I stretch this out over 3 years, that's $150,000 off of that one client I just got. Trust me, there's people out there that think like that every day. And then they don't like someone like me to come in and tell them what's up. So yeah, I do not want to be in that with those people, because few and far between. And you know who's really good people? I say it to them all the time. The custody queens and Ron. I'm like, you guys are not lawyers. I swear you guys are fake lawyers. Because they're nothing like lawyers I've ever met. And I have a lot of conversation with them outside of, this world here. But they're just, if we can clone them, I bet you, like I said, just when you want to deal with a straight shooter. So, yeah. I just adore Ron too. I adore it. Please don't diss me. What does EWU mean? No one's dissing you. Who's dissing you? EWU stands for, what is it? East Washington University. That's what EWU stands for me. It's the media company. For all we know, it stands for everyone, wieners, what? Unusual. Let's go with that one. Make up your own acronym. Explore with us. There you go. Even better. I'd rather have it go with about wieners. Explore wieners and us. There you go. Hopefully they change their name. Okay, here, let me guys show you what this document shows. Oh, and by the way, the guardian ad litems that would volunteer their time, that's the only type of guardian ad litem you would ever want. But the people that are lawyers that pick up cases to be a guardian ad litem, those are lawyers that cannot get hired for other jobs. And think about why they're not getting hired for other jobs. Because they're lazy. Because they suck. Okay? Because they do not do their job. That's why nobody hires them to actually be a lawyer. You do not need to be a lawyer to be a guardian ad litem. So stay away from the ones that are lawyers that are guardian ad litems. Immediately ask, you want to agree to a guardian ad litem that is not a lawyer. It's very important. So hopefully that clears that up. Now, let's talk about these fleets. Let's print some of this off here. Okay, here's the breakdown. Paralegal is at $40.11 an hour. A city attorney there is $106 an hour. Records of property coordinator gets $45.91 an hour. And so this is how this was all broken down. $63.95. Why? Because a paralegal took 38 plus 33. So what, 68? No. 71 minutes. So 71 minutes of paralegal time. 71. 10 minutes of the records and property coordinator time. And then 5 minutes of the city attorney time. That is how you get the breakdown of $63.95 for a piece of paper. Let me print this. We're just in the wrong biz. Okay, so this is the incident report that we wanted. And I'm over here like, how long did it take you guys to do this? So it took the records person, like I said, to find the shit. What? 10 minutes? It took a paralegal 71 minutes to do what? This is what we asked for. Look at this. Okay. What we asked for is to take on 11/12/2022, so 18/16. See that time? And we're going to go, so on 11/12, and then we're going to go to the end of 11/13. See how it's 10:53? And these are the total incidents for this agency, 43 instances. That was during this time frame. And what we were doing is we wanted to make sure that we had, because we were cross-referencing this number, which is the incident number, to be able to apply for our requests. We wanted to double check this, all of these, like what they could possibly be for, right? Normally how this would be printed out to us is, see these redactions here? Why are we redacting that? Okay. As you can see here at 11:56, you're going to find that the homicide, because it got changed, right? 9903. Remember how I told you I was like, why does, look at this. Back in the day when I broke this all down, I said, look, you have 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 00, okay? Then you have O2. Do you see how O2 goes in front of O1? And I brought this up a long time ago. And I said one of these is at, I was like, how does this happen? Then you see you got 4, 5, 6. Or I'm sorry, they got 4, 5. Then you have this 28 that jumps here. So 5, so then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 are switched. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. But here, anyways, so we wanted to cross-reference all these incident reports. And you're going to see over here, I was like, okay, so they're deciding which ones that they're deciding to redact. The homicide didn't get redacted. 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho. Look at this. 862 Troy Road. Oh my God, 711. Whatever that address is. E&D. So we have drugs, and then we have this canine dog search. All right, and what I wanted to know is I wanted this 101 or 9901 and 9902. I was like, these are one and the same call basically. Look at this, 1113 and 1133. So basically they call in about drugs, but how it would look is like, no, we call them for a canine search first pretty much. But like, how did it get the 01 number? And you see how that they obviously changed this because it wasn't originally like a homicide. They changed it to that. So it was something else first. So I said, something's interesting here because Snyder, who's the dog guy, right? How did he not have a body-worn camera, and where was the dog, and how long was he there to do this allegedly, supposedly canine drug search? The only way that you could do that is if you had Ragnar and you had his handler, which is the Snyder kid, okay? And so what I said that was interesting, I was like, well, that's interesting. If this all happened at, do your math, right here, either at 11:13 and 9 seconds or 11:33 and 13 seconds, that's when this supposedly call came out, which was the canine drug search. How long did he stay there? He would have had his body-worn camera, right? He has his dog. So he has to do what? Because then he gets to where? He gets to the, allegedly, the crime scene, and he doesn't have his body-worn camera. He doesn't have one. And he doesn't have the dog, right? So I said, I think it's worth looking into to find out what truly the hell was going on. And I was like, why can't we get the body-worn camera of this canine drug search? There is no way that you're doing this search without you have body cam. Why would, like, you're turning that on? They blocked me from getting this stuff back during the time that we were waiting for a trial and everything like that. And what they did is then when we asked for these body cams, like, the night before, where we're getting this, where was it? Right here. This drugs one. Do you know that these motherfuckers took the body-worn camera and they destroyed it? After they held this from us being able to get. And I'm over here thinking, well, did Ann Taylor ever see this? Because the reason why we want the body-worn camera on this is because the car that got pulled over for this drugs at 1:43, and they were with this car until 2:25 in the morning, is the silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra. And so you you block us from getting this, right? For all these years. Then I'm like, we want this body worn camera. We know it exists, because at first they told us that it didn't exist. I was like, well, here's your report. It does exist. It says that the dude was wearing his body worn camera. It says yes. Where is it? Then they went and looked at. They said, oh, retention. We destroyed it. I said, what? You destroyed the. So I'm over here thinking, well, did this ever get turned over to Ann Taylor? Because then it wouldn't have been destroyed. It's got to be in the Kohlberger investigation, because why would Ann Taylor ever destroy to be able to show a jury that the people that the cops were pulling over that night were driving an Elantra who had drugs in their car? What the fuck is going on here? Make sense? And they were 4 sorority girls who were friends with all of the victims at that house. So is there a chance that these girls that were in the parking lot with the running lights on at one of the sororities, that they later then drove over to the 1122 King Road house for some type of reason? So this right here, for them to literally take 10 minutes of their time to print this out, costed $63 because they needed to spend 70 minutes going through and deciding what they were wanting to redact. And then 3 minutes of the time, a lawyer looked at it and said, okay, yep, sounds good, thanks. What? Excuse me? I'm curious as to the selection of why certain things were redacted. But it's okay that this address is out here, and it's okay that this, but hey, these ones right here, you know, this animal bites weapons offense, what is this? How are we justifying these redactions? Okay. So that was one of them that we were trying to get back. Then this other one. Okay. Again, mind blown. We asked for the fleet of the unmarked vehicles. Okay. Again, let's see how much money. Again. This is the vehicle list that we wanted from November 1st through November 30th, 2022. Okay, what you're seeing here is, again, this costs like, I don't know, same type of money. So let's see what the bill was. This one. $50.55 to literally go into the computer, and this is just a screenshot of what they did. You go into your computer database, you hit these certain things, okay? And it's going to pop up and populate what this is. Okay? And so how long do you think it took to literally hit a couple categories so that you can get our bookends of what we're looking for? How long do you think that took? There ain't no way this should cost $50. This is unbelievable, right? Just hitting up a couple of these categories that you have to go into to do. And then here, boom, this is what it produced. And so I'll make this bigger. And so we asked for the mileage Okay. So look at this. 2021, they have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right here. Numbers 402 to 409, these are SUVs. And this is the mileage that they used during that month. Okay? So 969 miles were used, 1,607, 807, 1,661, okay? 76, or 760, 300. Now, 483 and the 484. Ooh, we have two Ford Fusions there, don't we? Ooh, we have a Chevy Malibu. Ooh, we have a 2018 Ford Fusion. Ooh, we have a 2006 Chevrolet K1500. Ooh, we have a 2017 Silverado. We have a 2016 Ford, that's another SUV there. Oh, a Malibu here, 2010. And then a 2015 Ford Fusion. Ooh. Oh, look at this bottom one right here. So this 2015, 1,026 miles were put on it in between, again, November 1st through the 30th, 2022. 71 miles only put on this puppy. Ooh, look at this. A lot of miles, 1,579. What's this? Negative 2,173 miles? What the fuck? We gotta take a look at that. That's interesting. But basically what it boils down to is exactly what Lana thought. There wasn't just one fucking Ford Focus that's undercover or that's, unmarked. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. We have some trucks. Oh, we got a Malibu. So there you go. That one, this request was for Mark B. Mark B. There you go. Ferris Bueller, yeah. Again, we're going to look into this. This is raising some red flags. I don't know how many cars can go backwards, but you can't. You can't do that, okay? What I'm guessing is maybe there was a typo in the previous month. And so they're like, let's just, we'll subtract it over here. I mean, you guys, this is an outrageous amount too. I mean, something's wrong here. There's not even one, negative 2,173 miles. And now this right here, hour, this tells me, what is this? I'm going to look up that because it's going by the hour. And that's like a jet ski or like a boat or something. When you have something that's registering by the hours that's like a watercraft or like a, what is that? I don't know. That's really weird that it's saying that it's by the hour. So yeah. Wait, didn't you find a report? Yeah, we're looking into that now because they said that there was no records for that. And then we found in the IMs from Payne that there were vehicles being serviced. So they told us that there were no vehicles being serviced. Then we got the IMs from Payne, and in the IMs back and forth, we have vehicles being serviced. So we're going to use that to say, hey, this has to exist. Because what we wanted to know when all of these vehicles were being serviced or were taken and were, yeah. So like, for example, let's see. Okay. a vehicle inventory or fleet list identifying all MPD vehicles in service during November of 2022, including both marked patrol and unmarked vehicles. The unit/cruiser number of fleet identification number assigned to each vehicle, the officer or personnel assigned to each vehicle during that period, to the extent such assignment information is recorded in the ordinary course of business operations for MPD. Now, as you can see, we didn't get that information. So we'll be replying back to say, hey, it's great. We have all these numbers now. Now we want you to assign who normally drives these. Okay. Because that's what was supposed to be delivered to us as well. Examples of existing record. So then we said we wanted the examples of existing record types that may be responsive include without limitations the fleet inventory or asset management reports, the monthly, quarterly, or annual, the vehicle assignment logs, or take-home vehicle authorization records. We didn't get that. We want to know. We want to know who had the ability to take these cars home. We wanted to know the fleet management system exports or reports, which is from the city fleet management motor pool or equivalent software, the City of Moscow or MPD budget documents, capital asset schedules, or annual reports listing fleet vehicles in service. Again, we were not requesting that the City of Moscow, the city, create a new record, compile new data, or generate a new document in response to this request. I am requesting only existing records that the city already created and maintained in the ordinary course of their agency's business operations, such as fleet inventory logs, vehicle assignment rosters, or fleet management reports that cover or include the month of November of 2022. If such records are maintained as a quarterly or annually basis rather than monthly, I request the records whose coverage period encompasses November of 2022. For example, is that quarter 4, 2022 fleet report, or fiscal year if it's 2023, or equivalent. The Idaho Code 74-101 does not require a public agency to create records that do not exist. However, it does require disclosure of records that do exist. We didn't want them to create anything, so we wanted them to pull up what was in the system. And so this is all we have right now, and we believe that there's more records, and so we're going to go get more things, which is, I can tell you this right now. We're simply asking, who were these vehicles assigned to during the month of November? You know, who's normally driving the 402, 403, 404, okay? But I'm able to proudly say that I knew that there was more than one Ford Fusion, okay? And so the thought of them looking at that night and saying, we're going to ask for pictures of these, and we're going to ask if they had front license plates. We're going deep in the cut, man. But the thought to say that the only people that could have been out there driving a Ford, Fusion, that all it took to do on the 1112 cam that they looks like they did is to put over some type of filter. Okay. I want someone to go through and see if any of that stuff has been manipulated. What is the date of when Moscow Police Department used and downloaded the data from 1112? Because we've gone through it, and now we have Becker's report, and Becker's report is saying what the hell we're saying, in that, wow, this is just really interesting, this type of blooming lights that would be there. When you look at all these other, cameras, it's not just some big blooming blob, okay? And let's remind ourselves something here, is that the only sighting of the white Elantra that you're able to say, hey, that's a white Elantra, is the Ridge Road cameras. That is not the blooming light bullshit, okay? And And for anybody to say that a white Elantra, or they want to say a light one, whatever, was identified from anything by that house is absolutely lying. They're lying. And for that to have been determined that they were looking for an Elantra to begin with, it needs to be questioned, because you weren't making that determination off of ever the 1112 cam. It never was. And why wouldn't there have been a category, or multiple, I should say, multiple vehicles that fit that description that it could have been? And once these dipshits knew that they pulled over a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra with 4 females in it from the sororities, and the girls that lived at that house were sorority girls, that where are their interviews with those 4 girls, asking them if they ever left that house or parking lot with that vehicle at any point in time, after or before, even, doesn't matter. But you have the make and model of the vehicle and you pulled it over. And how come in Jacob Tisdall's report, he never issued ever once, after they identified a 2011 to 2013, okay? How come he never issued a report to say, wow, on the night in question, we pulled over and met with vehicle blank, owner blank, and these are the 4 girls blank, blank, blank? Why wouldn't that have been a report that would have been issued by Jacob Tisdall and Nate Rosendahl after the internal be on the lookout was issued? You're going to sit here and tell me that Jacob Tisdall doesn't remember any of that? Doesn't remember the fact that they're going to a hearing, or they're going to be dismissing things? They have to keep up with those charges that they slap on those girls. That came in front of the court. They had paperwork in front of the court where these girls were in the suspect vehicle car. This is nuts. That the question wouldn't even, that the questioning of that wouldn't take place. Because everyone just assumes that, hey, that car looks like it was trying to park, looks like it could have been potentially trying to pick people up. Oh, no, that's the car because it came and then it just sped away. Well, how do you know that the same car that sped away was the same car that came at 40 whatever? How about that? How are you determining the same car that came at 407 is the same car that sped away? You're assuming that. That's all pure speculation. You guys realize that, right? And if I'm having a conversation with Cyree and I'm over here saying, can we please apply your methodology? Because I believe in your methodology. I do believe in his methodology. I've made that perfectly clear. But I've also made it perfectly clear that it doesn't matter what methodology you ever use. It's like, it doesn't matter what rules you have. If there's going to be bad actors and they're going to break the rules, they're going to break the rules. No rules are going to prevent somebody from being a complete fucking piece of shit. Okay? And I just wanted this case to be investigated using his methodology from jump with everything. And so I said, what do you have to say about Report 10? Where you have Jacob Tisdall telling the world on 11/15/2022, which was just after 11/14 because it just had crossed over in past midnight, writing up a report lying. The dude lied. The guy lied about what time he cleared the Banfield. That's a lie. He said he used his report, like a CAD like this, to determine what time, his incident report, what time he cleared that Banfield issue at. And he puts in his report that the piece of paper that he looked at said 3:32. It didn't. It said 3:16. Well, Lana, why does this matter? Well, because because then Linda Lane leaves. They have Linda Lane leaving. He really cleared it this time. Why would he ever say this time? What is he trying to make it seem like? Well, he's trying to make it seem like he's parked in that same spot until 3:32, which then that means to me that he's trying to say that he was somewhere where he was not from 3:16 to 3:32. And he's doing this all the way back on 11:14, basically 11:15, right after the murders. And what happens then down the road? 3:26. That couldn't be me over there in Indian Hills. Cyree said that's such a stretch, that I'm stretching. And I said, how am I stretching? He also then said that they made multiple loops around the house and did the same loop every time. And he described it, and it's the same pattern that then you come down next to the house and you leave. So you're coming past the house because you're coming from King like this, and you go like this, then you're going around the apartments, and then you're coming down that road that's next to the house, and then you go out like this, and then you leave. And he says that he did that they did the same exact route every time that they went back there. Well, we've taken the entire 1112 and Linda Lane videos and did an Excel spreadsheet. And so we have every timestamp that any vehicle comes back to do anything. And there are so few and far between, number one. But number two, the only car that does what the fuck he is describing is the suspect vehicle. That's it. There's no other car that's doing that. And he talks about seeing people at the house of 1122, and he says that, which he said I think was one of our last times going around, that when he's doing this loop, he sees what he thought was 2 or 3 people. One of them was blonde, and they were approaching the house. And he wrote in his report that he believed this to be between 2 and 3 a.m. And then it was after this loop and coming down and around and leaving, after seeing them, that he saw a gray or a darker colored vehicle that had its running tail light, like, its backlights on, parked in the parking lot off to the right, because it'd be the northeast part, or whatever. And that after doing this and then coming on to Taylor here, he believes that this was right before he then stops the Banfield people. Okay? Well, the Banfield people, we know at 2:51 a.m., he is throwing on his body cam and he's in the whites. Parking lot. And then we also know that when we take the 1112 cam, we know that there is no vehicle that makes any loop at that time. So that means the loop that he's describing cannot be right before he does the Banfield. Okay? Because you're taking, and so what I'm telling him is I say, Sai, I am taking your methodology and I am taking all the different sources to let them speak for themselves. And that report should raise every red flag in for the investigation, because not only you have to ask yourself remember, they were after somebody whose name was Jack Decor and who would have traveled on foot. Okay? So, hey, I need you to write up a report because I need you to take ownership of that vehicle that's going around. Okay? Because what? Why? Well, because Jack Decor, if he's the person we're trying to go after or frame up, we got to figure out who this car is. So either, it's really bad for the prosecution either way. Either Jacob Tisdall lied to dirty up, has no problem lying about that because, hey, they're going after somebody on foot. So we can't give the defendant here, hey, it's that person in that white car that's, circling, right? Oh, who, one of our police officers? Or it's really truly him, right? And then now where you're standing with it is, why does everybody give a fuck about this white car when a cop took ownership of it on 11/15 in a report? And that's report 10. And how would he know back then that he needed to lie about what time he cleared the stupid Banfield shit, because he knew to not put himself where? At 3:26. I got to put myself just chilling here at Banfield. Why? When you weren't. Because I can't put myself driving around doing anything else. Potentially, I mean, what? Who? This vehicle, in my opinion, because it's driving all over, that's what it's doing that night. My opinion, it drove to Indian Hills, and it is the Indian Hills vehicle. Why? Because that's the type of loops that they were making. And guess what? This just poof starts where? In the middle of the road. Why don't we keep backing it up? And I said, well, where are the Indian Hills? So my question was, where did this Indian Hills truly this camera come from? And for the first time, I am told something. A geofence. That Indian Hills had a geofence set up. What the fuck? Why? Where? I've never heard of that before. I want to see paperwork of this. The 4 geospots that I have are all around the house. But let me also tell you guys this. In the paperwork that we have, which is Danny Vargas, she doesn't talk about how she found this from some geofence. In fact, I'm going to show you what she says. And this is why Ann Taylor asks the question to Brett Payne. Brett Payne, where did the Indian Hills camera footage come from? You weren't asking the public for anything over in that area. And he says, I don't remember. You don't remember. Excuse me? You don't know how you obtained or why you went over there and why you were even seeking, camera footage over there. No. That's the answer that we get on record. Well, Ann Taylor knew why. He's the lead investigator. If there was such thing as a geofence going on, wouldn't you be looking at something way before 11:30, 11:29? Let me show you guys the report. All right, here we go. Danny Vargas waits until after the discovery, the first dump was needed. After Ann Taylor. So look at this date here. Okay. Now, she writes this report up on 1/25/2023. Okay? Danny Vargas. Why? Well, because this is why. On November 17th, oh, Jesus. We're going to go there. We're going to start there. Okay. Detective Chris Engel with the Pullman Police Department provided me with an email. This should just tell you how early on, this is Pullman Police Department. This is why Ann Taylor then went ham with everything to do with Chris Engel. Well, he provided me with an email with information regarding several Pullman home invasions. Okay. So she writes this November 17th, just slips this in here. Okay. Then she goes from November 17th. Now she's like, okay, I'm going to now use this report to also tell you guys about on December 13th. I saw an article online of the recent arrest of SH in blank. H was arrested for stabbing multiple people at a casino in blank. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Around December 15th, she says around. Anytime that you write that, that means you're trying to be scandalous as fuck. Around. Just letting you know. You would know the exact date and everything like that if you made your reports and were doing your job. Around December 15th, 2022, I received a phone call from Detective Blank from blank, blah, blah, blah. But this was about this abandoned 2016 white Hyundai Elantra, which was located in blank county near residence, blah, blah, blah. Now, again, she just wants to put these little things in there. Then we go to video obtained and downloaded to MPD evidence. On November 15th, I called Ken, the dude that has the Linda Lane camera footage. Key words here. November 15th. And it was the property owned for Linda Lane. I asked him about the video footage he had. And she's like, here, just read the email that he sent me. This is the detail of the email that he gave me. And he's like, hey, R&D below is a link to a Google Drive with footage from our cameras. Here you go. Now, who's R&D? At blank, I uploaded videos from the two cameras from 2 to 6. I uploaded the videos. One camera shows the parking lot of blank, including a little bit of the parking lot from the Queen Apartments below. The other camera covers the street of Linda Lane looking towards Taylor Blake. The longer videos, larger files, show an entire hour, while the shorter videos show clips where the camera system detected motion. Okay? I want to see those clips. Anyways, he just gives them, here you go, here you go, click on that. The videos are currently uploading, so keep refreshing if they are not all there. Additionally, I am providing the login. You can just have my login to the camera system so that you can review any of the cameras for any time frame. Now, again, she's going off of her recollection, which is, this happened on November 15th. I'm sure you can get the date, though, from his actual email. So I would take a double check that. And then he just says, oh, wait, by the way, I got to tell you something. Once you log in, you can choose any of the 4 cameras. Any of the 4 cameras. There's 4 cameras there, not just the 2. There's 4. Any of the 4 cameras from the list on the right if you're using a PC. You can click on the link, the playback tab to the top, blah, 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 and it gives you the date from the calendar on the right. Then use the timeline at the bottom or select when to view. So you could make this timestamp whenever the fuck you wanted, right? Before you download. Could you change the times? I'm just saying, don't know, maybe. Someone would have to look at that. Anybody that's having access like this. Anyways, know that the camera that points down in the lane, it goes offline every day from this time to this time for a scheduled Wi-Fi reset. The fuck? Who? What? Why would you ever have it do it every day at that timestamp? Why wouldn't you pick 8 to 9 a.m.? Why would you ever have it every day resetting during the middle of the night when you would that's when you would need it? Probably the most. Very bizarre, but hey, that's just normal. Why didn't the other cameras do that? Why aren't they Wi-Fi resetting? Again, lots to question right there. Anyways, now, I forwarded this information to, I'm guessing it's Rob Hill, okay, on how to access the Linda Lane. So, wow, Rob Hill just had access. And this is, I forwarded this when the fuck did you forward it? When? Now, on November 27th, do you see that? I called Christine, I figured out her name, the CF person, who lives at blank Drive. Well, that was Indian Hills Drive. I asked this girl if she still had her Nest camera system, and she stated that she did. She put me in contact with her husband and said he could provide me with their available camera footage. He was on the witness list too. So was she. She's a judge. So November 27th. Why in the world on November 27th, okay, this isn't getting wrote up in a report until January 25th, okay, about this. Why were you interested, Danny Vargas, in hitting up somebody on Indian Hills? Why? On November 27th. What the fuck, right? WTF. So driving to Moscow contained video footage from the Nest camera. A white sedan matching the description of the suspect vehicle is seen traveling west on Indian Hills Drive and passes by blank Indian Hills Drive. So before they were, taking out the whole word like Indian Hills, it was traveling. And on 11/13/22 at approximately 3:25 a.m. Around the end of November and the beginning of December 2022, Detective Chris Engel, PPD, provided me with the following videos from several Pullman businesses. Why? Again, she will not tell you when, but around the end of November and the beginning of December. Why? Why are you interested in Pullman businesses and their cameras at that time? This is her time frame that she's giving. She's refusing to say anything. But let's go back to what Cyree told me. Cyree told me that there was a geofence around and put up around Indian Hills. Why isn't Danny Vargas saying that? Why isn't Danny Vargas saying that due to a geofence, blah, blah, blah? Why are you going and calling this person, Danny? And guess what? Without her writing up a report to say why she's doing anything, she just gets to keep that all secret. And now ready? Now go back and look at what Jacob Tisdall does. He, for the time period, puts himself somewhere where he is not during when they will reveal that a white vehicle would be on Indian Hills traveling, west, and that poof, no cars just start in the middle of the road. Okay, why didn't they make attempts to continue to go following where this car could have came from? Why were there no attempts at this? Why would you just stop at Indian Hills. If you're backtracking to try to find a vehicle that's arriving, like, what are you doing? Hello? Hello? These people, right? So this supposedly was turned over because of it was something to do with a geofence. Where is that? I want the receipts on that, because that's not what this says at all. It just says, period. Just that's it, period. Nothing more to see here with the whole Indian. Just again, trying to slide this in. Again, Detective Chris Engel is giving you camera footage from these. Why are these redacted? Why are these businesses redacted? Because we need to know if Jack in the Box is one of these. We need to know what they say. Because remember, Ann Taylor's trying to track all this shit down. But I also want to know why you're even looking for Pullman businesses that for cameras in Pullman at this point in time, which would be the end of November. Oh, and the beginning of December. Why? Why? And if you're going to put up geofences around Indian Hills, then tell me why the hell they wouldn't put up a geofence around every entry exit point in and out of Moscow and into another area. What about that? That's what they did in the Shanna Gardner case. That was before this time by, 8-9 months. Why isn't the FBI being consistent with how they would do geofencing? Because their whole point is that somebody, what? And then, to be honest with you, how does a geofence even help if you're saying that the person shut off their phones and that, because nowadays they want to say, oh, we're all basically subject to just get a search warrant on us, because now the government can just say, well, before you go and commit a crime, you're going to shut off your phone or not bring it with you. So we don't expect them to be inside the geofence. So since they're not inside the geofence, that is evidence that there could be fucking the person that did this. That's what these motherfuckers are doing to us now. It's like, are you out of your minds right now? That we can't let this stand. You can't do this. You can't say because we aren't present there that's a sign that, yep, look at them. They should be inside this geofence. Why should I be inside a geofence? I don't live there. This is why all the geofence shit is getting all reversed. Geofence is illegal. It's a joke how they're using it. Because then it goes back to the absence of evidence is evidence. Fucking dead. Because I thought we're not doing that with crime scenes. Bullshit. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So it's just laughable to me. Show me that they had a geofence set up. When did they set up the geofence in Indian Hills area? And why there? Why there? Because if you can say, oh, because that could be from somebody coming in from that area, then why didn't they continue to follow the fucking car? And to sit here and say that it just got so lucky not to get on anybody else's cameras or businesses that way, you're full of shit. Just stop. If y'all can say that, then how come I can't make a simple showing of the fact that Jacob Tisdall, 2 days after the murder, lies his fucking ass off in multiple ways, but he keeps himself at a location that he's not, from 316 to 332. What happens during that time? Oh, a white sedan that you all use to say is Brian Koberger's is found at 326 on Indian Hills. Wait, that's where Casey Green went? That's where Eric Gower went? That's where this white car seems like it went too? Because there's a white car that's seen, or a light colored car seen traveling? Wouldn't it make more sense that it would be this car than some car that you want to place from Pullman over here? You high as kite motherfuckers. You want to talk about that I'm stretching? How is it a stretch? By me showing you that a cop is lying about where he is from 316 to 332. He also completely, tells the world that he made a loop right before stopping the people at Banfield at 251. No, he didn't. We have the cameras that prove that that's not when that happened. So his recollection is from a different time period. Well, then he's telling you he makes multiple loops and does the same thing that damn white car does. No other vehicle on Linda Lane on 1112 does what he is saying that he did multiple times. The only vehicle that's doing that is the one that is the suspect vehicle that he basically takes ownership of on 1115. And the point of this is to say the white car, if you think that it's involved, well, a cop took ownership of it. That's the point of it. To say, well, Lana, who cares? You're just poking holes at something. I'm poking holes at something? No. Y'all keep talking about this goddamn white car that you think is the end-all, be-all. And I'm over here trying to show you that that white car was taken. That white car was by the government. The government comes out and says that that's them. Because when you look at the actual 1112 camera, there can be no other car that's what he is saying, because we have all the loops. We have everybody that goes through there, and nobody is doing what that man says he did, except for that vehicle. And then he hides the fact of that this occurs at 1:43. He doesn't put this in his report at any point in time to say that, hey, guess what, guys? When me and Nate Rosendahl were working again at 1:43 in the morning, when I was working my plainclothes detail, guess what? I saw a vehicle. While patrolling the area of the 7th Street and Ash Street, I observed a running vehicle in the parking lot north of 7th Street and east of Ash Street. The vehicle was a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra with 4 females inside. Oh my God. How does this not even... Who's high? Who's high? I know Ann Taylor wasn't high because she was calling Jacob Tisdall to the stand. He was on her witness list. What is this? On November 13th, the night of the murders, they knew that they had pulled over the suspect vehicle? How does this just slip his motherfucking mind to put in his stupid report on 1115? On 1115, they were already talking about a white car making loops, guys. Remember that whole 1112 cam was being passed around like a hooker on a Saturday night to everybody. And then if you want to say like, oh, he just didn't think about it. Well, he better would have thought about it on 1125, right? When they're over here putting a bolo internally for it. And you don't want to say maybe this could be the car that we pulled over that has a bunch of girls in it who are sorority girls who know all those victims. Maybe we should talk to them. Maybe we should interview them. And then I go and try to attempt to get the body-worn camera of this stop, and it's been destroyed. It's been destroyed. Tell me that Ann Taylor, because I don't care if you guys destroyed it after the fact, Ann Taylor has to have a copy of this, doesn't she? You're telling me that, so I asked Cyree about this. I'm like, does Ann Taylor have the body-worn camera of this stop? This is somebody being pulled over, sorority girls, with drugs in a vehicle, the night of the murders from 145, 143 until 225. Jacob Tisdall says that he's at, and since he lies in his report, we have no idea if he's there until, we have no idea what the hell he's doing. But I'll tell you what we would have. We would have 2 dudes in their body-worn cameras, Nate and him, or maybe it'll show that Nate's not with them, which would be amazing. That's what I need. I want to see if Nate's with them or not in this. If Nate's off on his own somewhere, okay? Is it only, he says, I was working a plainclothes detail for minors in possession of alcohol and other related alcohol or drug offenses. While patrolling the area of 7th Street and Ash Street, I observed a running vehicle in the parking lot. Right? Well, let's see. He says, he went to say, but guess what? Tisdall was there because he ran. Officer Rosendahl contacted the other 2 who he identified as this and this and this and this. And I learned all individuals were under 21. How did you learn that? Well, because we ran them. Okay, great, but why aren't we talking about who owns that motherfucking vehicle? Who does that vehicle belong to? Maybe it's their boyfriends. Maybe it's somebody else's. It's not one of the girls. What the hell's wrong with you people? But this is the night of the murder, and that's the car you're looking for when you would have known about it on 11/25. And Jacob Tisdall does not issue another report saying, oh my God, we pulled over a 2013 silver Hyundai Elantra that looks just like a white car because we got the pictures. Wait, Lana, you got the pictures? Yeah, we got the pictures. But we tried to get the body worn camera, but they went ahead and somebody ordered the code red to retention people to go and destroy this body worn camera. Can you believe that the night of the murders, that somebody is destroying body worn camera on the night of the murders that was driving a suspect vehicle of a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra? You got to be shitting me. And you think that I'm over here reaching and stretching? Get out of here. No, I'm asking for this to all be investigated. And for this to have been destroyed, that tells me that Ann Taylor never got it. Or she got the copy before it was destroyed. I mean, how does that work? Who's destroying shit? We have all of this in writing. You're allowed to get rid of stuff after so many years, whatever their retention. So we asked for the retention papers, and we also asked for the code red, who ordered it and who destroyed it. Okay? I want to know everything about that. This is called Investigative Journalism 101, probably actually 501. And it could be as simple as this. What if those girls were just going to the house to drop something off for Dylan Pooh over there, who couldn't clearly sleep that night and needed some, I don't know, edibles? Needed some, she couldn't sleep. She's tossing and turning. Fuck, I don't know. How do we know that it's not this car that drives over there that last time? And I'm like, we don't have to do any of this. We just have to show all of this. And then what it does is it takes your little stupid white car theory that the cops have already admitted to being the ones driving the vehicle. Now it shows that they're hiding the fact that they pulled over the suspect vehicle earlier that night. Okay? And when you start laying this out, and you could say, Lana, why would you ever help him? I'm not helping anybody. Okay? I am helping the truth. What we are exposing here is this is all the information. If it helps make your case, or it helps make your case, awesome. Go right ahead. Use it however you want. Spin it for days. That's what you lawyers like to do. Okay? But we're seeking out the material. Okay? And here it is. We're also going to show who was doing what with the material. Well, it wasn't Ann Taylor and her defense team destroying fucking exculpatory evidence. This is exculpatory in my opinion. There has been not one report, not one, that has been issued in these 314 pages to talk about the fact that they pulled over a suspect vehicle that night of the murders. Fuck that. How is that not in a report? Why? How about this? Why would Jacob Tisdall issue a report on 11/15 that has to do with what he did on 11/13 and this not be in it? Why did he feel the need to write what he wrote about what he did on 11/13 in a report on 11/15 to go into the Moscow murders, supplementals? Well, then that would require you on 11/25, when they're looking for a suspect vehicle being a Elantra, for you to issue another report and for you to write about this. Because you pulled over the suspect vehicle and it had 4 girls in the car. But nowhere in here does it say who the vehicle belonged to. Does it even say that you ran the plates? No. It says, upon contact of the vehicle, I displayed my badge and identified myself as Moscow police. Well, we don't know if you did that because we can't check it, because guess what? It says you had your watch guard on, your body camera, but guess what? That you guys destroyed it because you were allowed to, because it's been so many years, right? But the thing that doesn't make any sense is that you guys locked this report. This report was locked from anybody getting this report until just recently. And so then how do you go about taking, report locked? What's that mean? We tried to get this a long fucking time ago. They wouldn't let us. We asked for every single body-worn camera that featured Nate Rosendahl and Jacob Tisdall on the night of 11/12 going into 11/13, which would mean every one of their incidences where they flipped on their body cam. We have no way of we have no way of providing the incident reports, the numbers, because they were hiding those. Upon contact, I detected the odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle. Woohoo! I also saw numerous alcoholic containers scattered inside the vehicle. Woohoo! Officer Rosendahl advised me of 2 plastic cups which had spilled over. Woohoo! Officer Rosendahl learned, he just learned the cups were being used as a homemade bong for marijuana. Woo! What a bunch of idiots these girls are. Discussing any of this with a cop. This person admitted to marijuana being inside the vehicle and provided me with her bag containing, more marijuana and amazingness. This person told me that I could search her bag. Woohoo! Daddy and mommy must be so proud. Hey, search away. Where I could be found more material for marijuana grinds and blah, 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 cigarettes and various paraphernalia. I asked this person if there was any more marijuana in the vehicle. She told me, yeah, go in the trunk, man. Fucking have at it. There's so much shit in there. After searching the trunk, I discovered multiple alcoholic beverages, which were unopened. Well, they're unopened. I located more marijuana paraphernalia and marijuana edibles, along with 2 used THC vape cartridges. Woohoo! This person told me all the marijuana-related items. Why weren't you asking where they got any of this shit from? You were asking, what's his name? Jack Decor, who Kaylee's coke dealer. Who's her coke dealer? God damn it! Woo! Look at these guys. Woo! Yeah. We got our bust, man. Blank admitted to consuming alcohol earlier and using the homemade bong in the vehicle. Woo! Prior to our arrival. Woo! Yeah. Well, guess what? None of these people get in any trouble because you were just letting people off of drinking and driving and smoking and doing drugs. So you're going to have to let them be off of it, right? Everybody got passes on that night. Officer Rosendahl advised me both that blank and blank were aware of the marijuana being used in the vehicle while they were present. Woo! I spoke with blank and advised her of her Miranda rights. Well, why do you think that's being read to you? Was that being read to you before or after you asked her all those fucking questions? But hey, whatever. Hey, you know what? I'm going to have to advise you of your Miranda rights right now because you're just over here telling me about, I don't know, you're trafficking drugs, it looks like. But whatever. Blank told me she, blank and blank, had smoked marijuana in the vehicle. Warnings! We just passed out warnings over here. Warnings were provided for the possession and consumption of alcohol. That's not what you were doing to other people that night. But you know what? We went ahead and we made so-and-so pour the alcohol out into the ground. Pour that shit out. And then guess what we did with these people? Well, we cited them. We gave them issued citations for frequenting drugs. And then we talked to this broad and we said, listen, girl, we're going to give you possession and we're going to give you paraphernalia possession. And guess what you're going to start doing for us? You want this shit to be dropped? You're going to start coughing. You're going to be a CI before you know it. Well, guess what? This eventually went to the courtroom and every single one of these got dismissed. Not a single one of these charges went on. Some of them were dismissed by January. Of 2023. So that means Jacob Tisdall. Oh my God, you guys are talking about this white Elantra. Oh shit. There's so many opportunities where this vehicle in question would have come up. These people are nuts. Okay, when you want to talk about that, this is a stretch and this is a conspiracy. No. One should ask themselves, why on 11/15/2022 were they attempting to potentially frame Jack Decor? That's what it looks like to me. Claim that white car so we can go ham on Jack Decor. Well, I don't need to claim it. It really is me. This is what we were doing. We were out driving around. We were working the undercover. So right then and there, after everybody would have seen the 11/15 report that Jacob Tisdall wrote, Jacob Tisdall then should have been interviewed by the FBI. Jacob Tisdall should have been questioned by Payne and been like, wait a second, y'all were driving around, so is this you guys? Why are we searching for this vehicle that's you guys? And then you're going to realize, oh my God, wait, you guys are the ones that sped away like lunatics? No, oh my God, that wasn't us. No. Wait, well, how do we know that? Well, because I wrote it in my report. What did you write in your report? Well, that we were done with our plain clothing operation at 3:52, man. Come on. Oh, so we should believe you on that timestamp? Because you said that you were, I don't know, at 3:32 is when you cleared Banfield, but that really happened at 3:16. So we should believe you, though, on this one. The fuck out of here, people. We're coming for the truth. And if the truth helps you, great. If the truth hurts you, great. I don't give a shit. This is the truth. The truth is that nobody on the defense team helped Ann Taylor connect dots. Because, you know, Cy Ray, when I talked to him, I was like, can you please read report 10? He's like, I don't see any issues with report 10. I said, what? I said, wow, well then let me just tell you the issues I see, and then you can tell me how crazy I am. So, and then I listed everything that I listed here for you guys today. I also listed off of the fact that I think it's nuts that Danny Vargas writes up a report about the Indian Hills cameras. I said, Ann Taylor asked Detective Payne questions about that, and he had no idea why. You don't think that Detective Payne would have mentioned the fact that, oh, we had a geofence set up over there? He just, whoop. Yeah, just Detective Payne didn't know anything that was going on because the FBI was running everything, and they were just lying to MPD. That's what Cy believes. And I'm like, explain to me how Jacob Tisdall lying in a report on 11/15 has anything to do with the fucking feds. He's not a Fed, is he? So how are you going to blame that on the feds? What he's saying on 11/15. He said in his report that he used and looked at another report to make the comment that he cleared Banfield at 3:13 or at 3:32 because of the report of the Banfield clearing session. Like that's what's wrote on your report. Just like this, for example. Jacob Tisdall said that he used a report like this. He came over and he said, I went based off of my last radio right here. Last radio. See that? 225:18. Well, guess what? If you go and you look at the Banfield incident report, okay, the time that says it cleared was 3:16. And then we cross-referenced it with Linda Lane, and Mark did a fabulous job with me to do this. I said, what time do you have a vehicle pulling away on Linda Lane, or the Linda Lane camera watching the vehicle pull away? Because they pulled up on the side, we know where that car was. And so we have his body camera. We have the time that the body cam shuts off. We have the time that he presses a button to say cleared, okay? And then we have the timestamp of when Linda Lane has that car pulling away. And these are all ways that we cross-referenced to see if Linda Lane was accurate that night with times. And sure as shit, Linda Lane has the vehicle leaving and driving away at 3:19. And so Jacob Tisdall, using his report the way that he said that he did, when he wrote down 3:32, he also would have known that that's not possible, because if he used a different report from the identity stop, which is the identity apartments, where he stopped the kid with the sign. And how do you think that they knew where that kid took that sign and were following him? Because where they were coming from. He took that sign from the Sunset Mart. That's where 1331, that's where that's at. That's where that camera is that says that it's, Brian Kober crossing over and going towards Ridge Road. The one that they say that they can tell that there's no front license plate. Yeah, that one. That's where those cops were. So these cops were literally, driving with the other white car, the Elantra, in front of it or behind it, the whole, just driving all over with it. at least right there from Indian Hills to the marketplace, crossing over on Main Street, and they go right instead, and then they go to Identity, and they pull up, and here they are ready to just get out and talk to that dude. And what time did they stop that kid at? That incident report alone also shows that how Tisdall messes this up. But it's a lie. If you're saying I wrote a report and I went and looked at my incident report from my other, hey, this is what time I was done with that. Well, then you would have had to write 3:16. And then if you use Lind Lane cameras, you would have wrote 3:19 is when I pulled away. And then now what are you doing from 3:19 until 3:32 in the morning? Because you tried to tell the world that you were still at Banfield, but you weren't. But why did you need to lie about that? That's the question, and that's what the jury would see, is that you're lying about it because you are trying to make it so that you are not the vehicle that are seen at 3:25, at 3:26, crossing over, doing all this crazy shit in the beginning to track the movements of the first vehicle that is making actually that loop around. And that's what it looks like to me, logically, because I would just simply ask why you're lying about when you cleared an incident. And you're putting yourself somewhere that you're not for an extended period of time. And during that extended period of time, the police over here are claiming that some serious action's going on that involves a white vehicle like yours or a silver one or whatever the fuck one it is. That's it, period. And is that enough to say, yeah, wow, and that you're doing this at 11:15? And then you're talking about making loops around a house, the same pattern each time, and you're describing the driving of the suspect vehicle? How does anybody get past that? And then all Ray has to say back to me on that is that, well, Lana, how do you explain 3:50 to 4:25? I said, what do you mean, how do I explain that? Who the hell says that that's when the murders were? I don't got to explain 3:50 to 4:25. That's not my theory. That's the police's theory. And the number one way to describe it is that the cops already claimed that vehicle and its movements. So if they want to stick with that, then they're basically saying that it's them speeding away. That's how I look at that. There is nothing that's saying that that happened at that time other than an after-the-fact texting that could have occurred. Because if you go with it that Bethany started the conversation, it changes everything. Bethany calling Dylan alerted Dylan to everything beginning at a time that would actually be after when she would have needed to be involved for actually seeing the person before they ran and got into a vehicle at 4:20 and sped away. You need time to make that happen, okay? And there would be only one door opening, and being able to hurry up, open up your door after Bethany alerts you to something, okay? That you do that you would see, you'd have to come out and you have to see somebody by the slider. And there would be none of this opening, closing, hearing people dancing and all this stuff. No. That all happened way earlier. No doubt about it, at 2:53. And that's what Dylan's talking about. Dylan's talking about 2:53 time. Dylan's talking about before they went to bed and up to their room and shit like that. That's when she heard all of that. And it's Bethany that's calling Dylan, and what could potentially be Dylan screaming and making a noise at 4:17 because of whatever reason. The reason that she called Dylan is because she heard her voice. I mean, but I'm not, that is all after the fact. So that conversation is to say that it's happening when that's all happening, when all what is happening, because the dog is going crazy beginning at 4:17 or at 4:19, at 4:20, and stays going crazy until 4:45. And that dog sleeps with Kaylee, and Kaylee slept with Maddie that night. So that dog would have been in Kaylee and Maddie's bed. So what the fuck now? That dog, what? Please, it doesn't matter. It's like saying to me in the Moore case, what about the white truck that happened after the shooting? I don't give a fuck about a white truck because the shooting was beforehand. And so what it looks like is that the killing was beforehand. And so a vehicle coming there and doing whatever, I mean, the cops can explain that. They can explain how they put in a report that it was their vehicle. But sitting here to say that, and I'm over here of the opinion that there was 2 different times where 2 different people were attacked. Also, then you put in the mix of they're lying about the 424 car leaving and that it belongs to a girl that was actually at work. The police lie about that. Okay? Then the police lie about the 429 car and who it belongs to when it comes to the scene, and it basically parks at 1122, which would be that it's the Explorer. And then when you put in the fact that Ethan was called at 427, 425, and what it appears to be in Snapchat is a 13-second conversation that actually was taken. That's why you need more information on Ethan's end of his phone, on his snap, because according to Dylan or Bethany, whoever the fuck it was that called, there was a 13-second conversation. Because it said it was answered. So who drove the Explorer over at 429, some change? Also, if you really want to do some good math, it's impossible for Dylan to have seen the 424 vehicle leaving and her be down in Bethany's room at that time, because she didn't get down to Bethany's room until after 427, according to Bethany's own statements. According to Dylan's own statements, and according to the back and forth text messaging that occurred, and when Bethany's saying, run down here now, and all that, when all that occurred. And that when they were basically, so when you go off of that and you look, and so it's like, how can Dylan say that she saw a car with its, running lights on, and they're trying to make it be that 424 vehicle that's leaving? It's not. It cannot be. Because unless you're going to put Dylan already down there, and you get somebody like myself or a Diane Menashe, that's who I would pick, Diane Menashe, to lay out this timeline, yeah, real big problems. And it's not these victims' fault. No one's attacking them. I'm not attacking them. I'm simply saying they let confused people, okay? There needed to be nothing to be confused about here. They told you they were all confused. They told you that they didn't understand what was going on. They're telling you that they're drunk, okay? Whether or not you want to believe them or not, they made those statements. You take the phones, you take full file extractions, and you download them. You get into the nitty-gritty with their phones, okay? And you don't go and then put them in the most horrible positions where then you use them to make your affidavit work. And you put them in the worst positions possible. That's what the government did. Blame the government. They did that. Bethany nor Dylan, okay, said, let me help you write that. They did that shit. And so there's just, I said it from the beginning. I said Dylan and Bethany have no idea. When they read that 18 or 19 pages, do you want to know what the number one thing that they would have both been saying to each other? We never said that Ethan and Xana were home. We said that they weren't home. We never saw them come home. We went to bed and they weren't home. So how are you saying that we said that everybody was home by 2 and in their rooms by 4? What? Excuse me? Like, that's the first big lie. And why it's so big is because the time of when the the times of all these crimes? Hypothetically speaking, what if Ethan and Xana were not home yet? They need to be home they need to be home by 4 in order to be murdered by their theory. If that explorer actually features, I don't know, Ethan and Xana coming like in the explorer, well then then what's up? That totally blows everything, doesn't it? Saying when the time frame of when Xana and Ethan were killed is everything for this to have happened. But according to these girls, they weren't home. They never saw them. So the police lie. The police lie and say, well, they're home. Well, that's why I've been asking for proof. What does the Wi-Fi say? When does it say Ethan and Xana got home? The foundation of this case is absolutely dog shit. There is no foundation. So I said, take the methodology that was laid out perfectly in this book and apply it to this case and start answering all the questions if you were to be the cop involved in the case and how you would have went about solving this case. Just do that. What's so fucking hard about that? What's so hard about due process? What's so hard about people understanding that we have the rights that we are afforded and why we live in the United States of America? Why does the media think that they get to play fucking damn judge, jury, God? Fuck these people. Fuck them. They don't give anybody a chance. Once the government says something about you, Jesus, you better be somebody really important and you better make some shit pop, because then we're going to keep all the legacy media people at bay so they don't fucking run your name through a damn hitstorm. We'll see you guys in the next one. EWU, fuck yeah. EWU planted their flag. They planted the flag at the 50, and cheers to them. They took on the beast. Give them all the credit in the world. Depending on how the ruling happens, we have all the ammo to show that not only everything, that's why that guy was limited in what he said. He had to be really careful because they know that they've filled other requests. They know what they've denied on stuff. They know that they've pulled records. They know that they tried to hide things from 1113, 1112. They know what they're doing, and they know what they've done. And this is anything but transparency. They're hiding behind everything in the world to not show their work. And they should be proud of getting the most heinous motherfucker off the streets. And all these people do is want to take their tail and put it between their legs and run. And we should, that alone should demand you as a human being to say, what the hell is going on here? Like, what's up here? And you know, Cyril keeps saying, you know, 2 things can be true. Well, no, 3 things can be true then. Because there can be a shitty ass investigation, right? Where they violated our rights. You need to say that. Don't just say the cops did a horrible job. Say the true words. They lied in the probable cause, violating the rights of Brian Kober because they lied about everything and how they got to him. None of this stuff was admissible. He's also the guy that did it, but guess what? He would walk because the evidence that we would need to convict him, we wouldn't have. If you're going to do everything by the book, he walks. Okay? And that's the truth. And the third thing that can be true is that we can also ask you to prove when you want to just say that the FBI is the only people that were doing horrible things here and that are the bad actors and they were lying to the MPD people, I'm allowed to push back on that because 3 things can be true. Why are you just simply putting the buck on the FBI when it looks like Pullman, WSU, and Moscow Police Department have had a rich history of being complete scum-sucking pigs and taking advantage of when you as a parent send your kid to college at one of those areas, that the cops are literally abusing your daughters and treating them like a piece of meat. How about that? So you still have to prove your case, and these lies started before the FBI started lying on December 23rd to go get search warrants. The lies started with Jacob Tisdall that I can find on a piece of paper on 11/15. That's report 10. Then I see Anthony Dollinger lying in report 38 about what he transported to get tested at the Boise lab. He put down numbers that belong to items that didn't even exist yet. They didn't even find them yet by November 18th. So what true items did Anthony Dollinger really transport down to Boise on November 18th? Because he didn't transport what he said he transported, because those items were not even found yet. One of them being the glove that Chris McDonough found on November 24th. So please spare me. Spare me in God. Oh, wow. I'm over here stretching. I ain't stretching shit. Okay? You can't take the scrutiny. Get the fuck out the kitchen. Peace. Love you all. Woohoo! Go EWU. Go ding dongs. Love it. Lana, off topic update. Judge Kite denied defendant's motion to suppress wiretap evidence. I already knew that though. She already made that. She already did all that. Who's wiretap evidence? Who was being wiretapped? I knew that she denied it for Shanna Gardner. Did she also say Mario Saldana? Good, let that shit come out. Let that reactionary shit come out. Speaking of which, guys, next week kicks off it's jury selection for the Mario Saldana trial that has to do with Jared Bridegan murder. It's a murder for hire. It's nothing but cell phones. They tried to railroad a black man and said that Henry Tenen killed Jared Bridegan. The state knew that he was not the shooter. The state didn't give a fuck. The state violated that man's rights. Told that man that he was getting the death penalty unless he rolled on Shanna Gardner and Mario Saldana and testified against them, and we'll only give you 15 years. We can place your DNA at the crime scene, blah, 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 all this crazy ass shit. Well, the government's going to learn because Jose Baez and Diane Menashe are going to expose it. Henry Tenen didn't kill anybody. His poor family. Go get them the right way. They may be guilty, right? But you don't do it like that. So make sure you guys are following along with that case. It's going to have a lot to do with the Idaho4 case because it's all cell phones, man. It's geofencing. And then there's co-conspirators who are unindicted, who were ex-cops who helped supposedly pull this off. And for whatever reason, the government isn't fucking charging these fat fucks. These disgusting swingers. I cannot believe that they can pull ass and tits and vag. These people are just disgusting. I'm going to Jacksonville though, and I'm going to check out these swinger joints, and I'm going to flat out ask people some really uncomfortable questions like, hey, so will you just go home with anybody? I mean, or do they have to be like a 6, like a 2? Like, what are we dealing with here? The bigger staffs. He was running a prostitution ring back in the day. The FBI had his ass. I mean, this case has it all. And we're here for going to Jacksonville, ruffling some feathers. I'm cheering on Diane Menashe. I want her to really take it to the government. And yeah, I'm not taking the guided tour, and you guys shouldn't either. Jose Baez said this a long time ago. Don't take the guided tour. This case is not what you think. Well, let's see if he was just, firing our assholes up. So, join me. Jacksonville, baby. We're coming for you. It's going to be hotter than a witch's tit. Woo! Yeah! Yeah! Birdie! I don't know if you're still listening. We love you. Murky's all over it, though. She's like, I got you, Lana. We got all these... We got a sweet-ass team over here. They're the best. Thank you so much, Sluther. Thank you so much, Britt. Everybody's turning people green or attempting to. Uno Sense, thank you so much. You bought memberships for other people. Whiskey Dawn, love the name. Whiskey Wednesday, get it while you can. I'm in love with your brain of yours. Yeah, well, I'm just over here telling people to fuck off. I love it. You know, we're going to have fun while we do this too, because it's just some of this stuff's so sad. Especially when you talk about kid cases. Like, it's just very, really hard for me to cover kid cases. I have a kid. Paula, thank you so much. Again, I had people hit me up in the Cash App and the PayPal. So, hey, Murky, question. Was that denial, did that have to do with Gardner or Saldana? Because I thought that she already ruled on that. I know that they were waiting to do Mario's. So maybe that was Mario's. Holly, you're great. So please make sure you guys join us. We are live streaming the trial. Like I said, Mario goes first. He's got the 2 weeks, and then Shanna Gardner, I'm going to be there for a full week of that, if not more. But we're live streaming the trial. And Bella's going to be helping me work the controls here, because when I'm out doing half in the courtroom and half out, so we're going to put Bella to work here. Lana, when is your birthday? They want to know what my sign is. What do you think my sign is? Thank you so much, Katie. Katie sent me just the tip, nothing but the tip. So help me God. Just tip drilling over here. Oh, and by the way, a lot of people are asking me, why didn't I go to Nelly? Because we made an executive decision to go see Gin Blossoms and Blues Travelers instead on Saturday. So, yeah. But rock on, Nelly. I'm a Pisces. But I am on the cusp. But I'm definitely a water baby, so. Do I fit my sign? So Pisces. What do you guys think? Well, somebody that has the name, see, you caught me. Yep, see? Come on, you can't get anything past my detective skills, man. Speaking of awesome detective skills, or I should say, you know, we're fair as we can be over here. We follow the material. And there's a couple cases I'm going to talk about that without Cy Ray, some bad people would have definitely been, or could have been, free little birds. And so I am going to talk a little bit about that Thomas Clayton case. And where Cy Ray was involved in that. So, oh, Pisces. We got some Pisces in here. We're going to try to find a Jacksonville drag bingo, where they do bar bingo, but it's with the drag queens. If you guys have never been to one, they're pretty funny. At least they are in Columbus. And so I was thinking maybe Jacksonville has something like that. Maybe one of these pineapple swinger places. Gonna walk in there with a big old pineapple. Let people know. Talk to me about this lifestyle, you guys. Do you guys hear about this case that's going on in your town? Some swingers committing, like, you know, murder for hire cases. Woo! Let's talk about it. Way better show to go to, right? Move. I know. I wanted to see Train, but Train wasn't coming. Train was just in like the Cleveland area. You guys will appreciate it. Again, I think this is a really easy decision for Megan Marshall, but Idaho's got to keep those floodgates closed, because it's going to open up a can of worms. A can of worms. It's already opening up a can of worms. Oh my God, there we go. I'm looking for people. Lana, me and my husband will go undercover as swingers for you. Oh, be careful what you wish for. Oh, we're definitely going undercover swingers in Jacksonville. It's coming. Yep. I already bought my membership to the Lifestyle Club. You have to get background checked and all that shit. Just so you guys know that. When you go to these lifestyle sex clubs, you got to get background checked. These places are like nothing you could have ever imagined. I recommend in your lifetime to go check one out once. Your jaw will just hit the floor. Mine did. Just when I thought I knew it all and saw it all, I was like, what the hell? Talk about PTA, mom and dad by day, you know, kinky love story by night. Woo! All right, see you on the next one, guys. Peace out. Thank you, moderators. Appreciate you guys.